want to see the Alliance map.
Charles IV, King of Bohemia and Holy Roman Emperor, had a long and successful reign. The empire he ruled from Prague expanded, and his subjects lived in peace and prosperity. When the emperor died, the whole empire mourned. More than 7,000 people accompanied him on his last procession. The heir to the throne of the flourishing empire was Charles's son, Wenceslas IV, whose father had prepared him for this moment all his life. But Wenceslas did not take after his father. He neglected affairs of state for more frivolous pursuits. He even failed to turn up for his own coronation as emperor, which did little to endear him to the Pope. Wenceslas the Idle did not impress the imperial nobility either. His difficulties mounted until the nobles, exasperated by the inaction of their ruler, turned for help to his half-brother, King Sigismund of Hungary. Sigismund decided on a radical solution. He kidnapped the king to force him to abdicate, then took advantage of the ensuing disorder to gain greater power for himself. He invaded Bohemia with a massive army and began pillaging the territories of the king's allies. It is here that my story begins.
Indeed. Yeah, that whole beginning cutscene definitely has a lot more context. Indeed, try leeches. Around that time, aren't we? The leeches are very effective. But yeah, that introduction really has a lot more meaning when you kind of like play through the introduction sequence of Kingdom Come. And you get to like more understand the kind of like power dynamics of the time. And how Henry's role fits into that conflict. Because he's of course at the receiving end of Sigismund's attacks. But that's interesting though, because Wenceslas definitely highlighted in a more positive light by the local Bohemians. Which is understandable because, you know, he's the king, but the introduction makes it seem like, you know, he didn't really have the best reputation, understandably so, you know. If he doesn't even turn up for his own coronation. That would be a first sign that he maybe is not taking his whole, you know, leadership role all that serious. But yeah, so far, you know, Henry has definitely been defending him quite a bit. And I mean, the fact that Sigismund is just raiding all of these territories isn't really speaking for him either. You know, uniting by force. Would probably be smarter if you know, he would just be like, well, it's my heritage too, and my brother's like unable to lead this country, so let's, you know, have a no votes, kind of like vote me in or something like that. Especially if a pope or one of the popes is already, you know, not over pleased with Wenceslas. But yeah, that being said, welcome back to the Historical Order run. In the year 1403, we're gonna do the second part of today's, or, you know, this year's Kingdom Come Deliverance playthrough, which is also my first one. And we're gonna continue now in the first open world section, pretty much. We played through the opening sequence last time. So we had the whole attack on Skalitz happening, and then us returning to Skalitz to bury our parents. And yeah, we've been kind of like overwhelmed afterwards by soldiers and barely escaped. Well, we got rescued pretty much, otherwise Henry would have died then and there. The classic plot armor in action. And yeah, now Theresa, one of the women who actually survived from Skalitz, she's looking after us now. Hello there, Afro, welcome in. How's it going? Hello there, Adam, welcome into you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to play more of this and really get into the open world activities this time. Hello there, Conrad, welcome in. Good day. I want to see the lines map. Hello there, Shaky. Would definitely be fitting in this game to have like some sort of alliance map. Yeah, Wenceslas still is very frivolous. But yeah, so last time we got through the opening sequence, with just like after being attacked and waking up from, you know, recovering. So it's the first time we take control of Henry after getting, you know, out of the introduction sequence. A dumb king, but he's our dumb king. Pretty much, yeah. How scary were the humans then? Well, I had a bit of a read up yesterday actually on the historical accuracy of this game, and just like to understand some of the directional choices by the game a bit better. And what some people have been claiming is that the Hungarians and humans have been kind of like portrayed as, in a way, barbaric, and, you know, definitely on the, you know, evil side of the story, I guess. And also like a bit behind the time in some ways. Now, I haven't really gotten to the point to make a judgment about that, but it's what, you know, people studying the history of the game have kind of said, that it's a bit like very pro-Bohemian, pro-Czech, if you will, and portraying the Cumans and the Hungarians as, you know, the barbarians and all of this in a way. Now, if that's true, we have to find out ourselves. But maybe they haven't been quite as scary as they are, you know, showcased so far. Never felt so helpless in a game as in Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, you basically really start as like a, you know, default NPC of sorts. Gotta learn everything yourself. And yeah, one-man army, I'm not sure if you even can get to that point. I mean, I'm sure at some point you can really master the combat so much or get like a pretty good build, maybe. But yeah, it's gonna definitely be more one-on-ones at the start here, I would say. But who knows when it's gonna be the last time we even get into combat, because the last time didn't go too well. at least in the story. Some ancient maps. These are all of my belongings, aren't they? Being able to read was a very rare skill in the Middle Ages, and a common blacksmith's son certainly wouldn't have been literate. To understand written text, you will have to find someone who can teach you to read. Okay, I also want to do a bit of a catch up here with the database entries, because there's still so many I haven't read yet. We haven't read any of the ones in general, except maybe one. Locations. For some reason there's 0 right now. That's weird. Ah yeah, there we go. Gutenberg. You can't read. Yeah, Henry can't. But fortunately I can read these codex entries full. But yeah, it's definitely interesting from a gameplay perspective. I wonder how it translates into the game, you know, not having the ability to read. Gutenberg. Gutenberg is today a district town of a central Bohemian region, 70 kilometers east of Prague. The founding of Gutenberg, the official name of a city in the Middle Ages, came about thanks to the discovery of silver ore deposits in the vicinity and its location next to Sedlitz Monastery, the commercial and economic center of the region. City rights were acquired by Gutenberg in 1318, after which time the economic activity of the city was taken care of by the so-called Oberate, or royal clerk. To keep the operation of a mint and the miners to a high standard and safe, a list of legal edicts was issued. Ius Regale Montanorum, the mining regulative. The city soon became rich and had the same powers as the old town of Prague. The wealthiest inhabitants of Gutenberg were the German population, while a lower class consisted of mine workers, smelters, mint workers, artisans, and servants. Almost every city dweller had some connection to silver mining, minting coinage, or trading. The treasures of found and mined silver supported the development of other Czech cities, including the construction of new buildings in Prague. The architecture of Gutenberg is due to Wenceslas IV. During his reign, the former timber houses were rebuilt in brick or as half-timbered. There were also churches, a Sterling court, and other public works built at the time. Gutenberg retains its Gothic genius, Loki, to this day. Hello there, Mr. Godi. Welcome in. The sacking of Skalitz. Little is known about the war in 1402 to 1403, when Sigismund invaded Bohemia and tried to seize power, and the records that do exist are fairly vague. However, we do know that the fate of Skalitz, which was burned to the ground on 23rd of March 1403, we know the exact date because the document was preserved that Sigismund signed that day in the siege camp. Sigismund undoubtedly chose Skalitz because silver was mined here, and the town was administered by the royal hetman, Rasik Kobila, a supporter of the king. Sigismund apparently wanted to disrupt the flow of money going to Wenceslas. According to legend, Kobila and his people, who were hiding from the attackers in the castle, were able to escape because of a great storm that blew up and forced the besieging army to wait until morning to take the castle. The castle defenders took advantage of the opportunity and under the cover of darkness fled to the nearby Rattay. In the morning, the only thing Sigismund's men found in the empty castle was a goat. This is also in the game. Sigismund then razed the town and the castle to the ground, and the castle was never rebuilt. Today, only the foundations remain. It's really cool how accurate this is to the actual game, like what you see happening in the game. The Ronov family. One of the oldest and most notable of Czech aristocratic dynasties, the family expanded into numerous branches over generations, such as the lords of Dauba, Berka, the Lichtenburgs, Kresinets of Ronno, and so on. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the family split into the lords of Lepa, the Lichtenburgs, the lords of Dauba, the lords of Klingenstein, and more. The oldest known member of the dynasty was the late 12th century Smo Svetlik of Turhan. His descendants carried high office at the royal court, thus acquiring considerable tracts of land, from which they acquired the family name from Ronno in the Sarava region, in the Nice River Valley, in present-day Poland. Ronno Castle of the same name, south of Česká Lipa, was built only at the end of the 14th century. The Ronno family is represented by one of Kingdom Come Deliverance characters, Hanush of Lepa, Hanus zi Lippe. Alcohol is the scourge of mankind, and a good Christian should avoid it like the plague. Well, good thing my Henry isn't a Christian, or at least a good Christian. Hello there, Ogoki. Welcome in. Good day. Of hearing me just switch to heavy German accent, like flipping a switch. Yeah, so some words or names are like German, like I can tell by the way they're written. So I try to pronounce them in like proper German if I can. Like Klingenstein, you know, that would be like the English pronunciation, I guess, but given it's like a, you know, German word, it kind of translates to blade stone. Klingen being blade and Stein being stone. So that would be Klingenstein in like actual German pronunciation. But that being said, at the time, it would have been likely that, you know, they would have pronounced very differently with like different dialects. So who knows how it might have been at that time. Man, there's so many entries here. We got like dozens and dozens just at the start of the game, pretty much. But yeah, I'm gonna at least start reading up on this because I wanna kinda like catch up and get to a point where I only get the newest ones. Because that way we can, you know, pace it a bit better for the rest of the playthrough, but there's definitely lots of reading I will have to do here in the beginning of the game. But I don't mind. You know, it's like very interesting how much we put into the game. I just kind of wish that we waited with some of them until we get to a point where we really have like more of a relevance to the story or like what's happening. Like, you know, Henry finds someone or kind of like takes control of a card or something. And then, you know, unlocking the cards in Wiccan's entry. Or like, you know, talking to a beekeeper or like seeing, you know, beehives and then unlocking the beekeeping. because you get most of these like at the beginning, just like that. Animal husbandry. In the Middle Ages, a significant part of any property ownership consisted of livestock, horses, goats, cattle, and poultry. Horses were highly prized, and until the 12th century were only available for the nobility for military purposes and for light hauling. The change came in the 12th and 13th centuries, when horses came to be used for transport and tillage. In Bohemia, horses began to be shot from the 5th, 11th and 12th centuries, up to the 13th only, as a rule on the front hooves, and later when horses were used for heavier work on all four. Almost every serf in the Middle Ages would prefer to own a cow than a piece of Arabic land. Arable land, so even some landless folk had access to food by the way of milk. Curiously enough, in the Middle Ages, milk and dairy goods were not traded much. For one thing, many people had a cow of their own, but also because no effective means of milk and dairy product preservation was yet known. Arabian land. Yes. I mean, rather a cow than Arabian land, isn't it? Sheep were kept by both serfs and the upper classes, largely for the wool. The poorest often kept a goat for milk and cheese. Pigs were left to forage in the woods all year round, feeding on beech nuts and acorns.
Yes, science!
Science. History. Medieval pigs are much like wild boar and had little in common with today's pink animals. The most commonly kept poultry were chickens, and only rarely geese or ducks. All cattle grazed freely on the meadows around the village. In heavy winters, the livestock was kept inside the house, even sharing the same room with the people and serving as a source of heat. Never tried goat cheese? Yeah, I don't think I really had much goat cheese either yet. I mean, the most kind of like would be like feta, but feta doesn't have to necessarily be from goats, right? It's more like sheep's, I guess. So did I actually lose the sword? Guess we're gonna have 6 for now. There's like no other weapon I really have here. Yeah. Feeling hungry yet? Well, my nourishment is at 30, so I would say definitely. Lost the sword? Yeah. That's unfortunate. The debuff. Hunger. Huh, that's pretty cool. So reputation is tracked per city. That's pretty cool, but it isn't just like a global thing, but depending on where we are. Ah, there's even statistics here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we didn't get only good reputation. We basically got arrested. Well, not in Skeleton, we got arrested in Tarnberg. And it was kind of funny because that actually got me out of the city after I was released. So I didn't have to find like an alternative way to get out of the city. I just got arrested. Man, that looks ugly as hell. I think I'd rather not take the head armor there and just not have it. Okay, let's eat from a pot.
Damn it, I'm hungry.
$55. We can eat some more. Drop into pot? What? Ah. I can put like an apple in here. Interesting. And she's like, what have you done to my soup? Put some bread here. Yeah, got arrested. Yeah, they kind of like spotted me and then I got arrested like through the floor. Like I was standing here and the dude was above me, up there. And they were like arresting me through the ceiling, essentially. Okay, let's have some bread. Actually, let's take care of the items that go bad first. Okay, this I should probably drop. Oh yeah. Wait, so you can get above 100 nourishment? So what, I guess you could eat a lot and then get fat? I was stealing already. Yeah, I thought I had to steal like an armor to disguise myself to get out of the city. And I guess I thought that was the location. But yeah, it wasn't, I guess. Or at least I failed to do it or something. Right, at least we're fully fed now. That's good. You've eaten too much. You won't be hungry for a much longer time now, but you'll be clumsy until you've digested everything. Wait, everything? Not just getting to 100, but like until I've eaten everything? Ah yeah, all the DLCs. I did actually buy them recently because they were all on sale. And I figured, you know, why not? I'm not gonna maybe do like all of them or like start all of them. But if I come across them naturally, you know, then I'm definitely gonna check out some of them. The day would be much better outside, so people can do like leap of faith.
Have you eaten yet?
Yes, I have. So only over 100 is overeating. I gotcha. So once you reach 100, you should be good then?
Yes, it was very good. Did you bake it yourself?
I did. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's not too bad then.
My name's Henry. Thank you for taking care of me here.
My name's Peshek, and I'm the miller here. You've already met my niece, Teresa. She took care of you for 2 whole weeks while you were in limbo. And talking of you being at death's door, while you were lying here, you worked up quite a bill with the bloodletter, who came now and again to keep you alive with his potions. That quack doesn't come cheap. I paid him what I could, but I still, that is, you still owe him.
I see. Well, it's better to be in debt than to lie dead in a ditch. What do I owe? I'm not afraid of hard work.
You won't pay for that shoveling manure. I might have a better job for you. And it's not something any fool can do. If you prove to me you're a clever lad, I might trust you with something you could really make money from. What do you say?
I mean, yes. Always money.
Well, what would you need from me?
A trifle. Just to take something from someone and bring it to someone else. And not get caught while you're doing it.
That sounds straightforward enough. Except for not get caught. Why would anyone want to catch me?
Oh, don't worry. It's just a job like any other. Only this one requires, let's say, the right moral disposition. Do corpses bother you?
No honourable man should touch them. That's the executioner's job.
Did you expect I'd give you a hoe and send you out to the fields? You can dig all right, but somewhere else. I want to know whether you're going to hide behind some stupid fucking scruples, or if you might be useful for more unconventional work.
Unconventional work. Well, I guess that's a choice to become like more of a, you know, thief. Well, I feel like Henry might be a bit more reserved about agreeing here. You know, if he wants to honor his father's wish, then it would probably be not taking a job like this so easily. But, I mean, learning the ways of a thief and getting some money in return. I like the idea of it.
I was prepared for just about anything, but that's a bit much. But go on. Tell me more.
Listen, it's about this ring my mate Wojciech, the Kohelnitz miller, had his eye on. Trouble is, they buried the ring by the gibbet along with the villain they hung while he was wearing it.
Jesus Christ. You want me to dig up a corpse, take a ring from it, and give it to your friend in Kohelnitz? Is nothing sacred to you?
Money first, morals later. That fellow is dead. He won't miss it. Whatever bleeding heart came up with the idea that it's disrespectful to disturb a corpse never read the Bible. It's still a human body, only it's missing a soul. Why be disgusted by something created by God?
I won't risk my honor. I don't know. Stealing from the dead. I really can't make an argument for Henry wanting to do this right now. At least the way I see him. You know, he would have to think about what would be if someone went to his father and mother's grave and took something that he, you know, plays with him as a, you know, token of remembrance or something. How would he feel about someone like that? Given that he just lost, you know, his parents. So I think I'm actually gonna try to be honorable here, at least for now. In this particular case. Base Peshek. Yeah, sneak 100 level. Or not.
That was a pretty speech, but you're still talking about a filthy deed. I won't do it. I value my honor higher than coin.
I gave you a chance to work off your debt. Don't think you can wriggle out of it. I want my groschen back, and quick. Otherwise, I'll make your life hell. Believe me. God be with you.
I'll make your life hell. God be with you. Yeah, honestly, I don't feel too bad about not agreeing to the job then. You know, if that's how he's reacting. Probably a good decision then. But yeah, I'm gonna find another way to pay back. I just have to find out how much I'm owing. I guess I could try to talk to him again and maybe it then tells me how much it is. Ah, there it is. So 50 groschen? Yeah. So I mean right now I have 2. But I have like quite a bit of armor that's worth a bit of money. You're like, here you get 22 for this. Or at least it has like a potential worth of it. I reckon it depends on the, you know, vendor, but these are worth 117. So we can get that pretty easily, I would reckon, if we find a city to go to. Activity giver, Rückstein, no DLC quest. But yeah, we're gonna have to find some vendors. So do items lose their worth the lower their kind of like durability is? I guess I could see that with the same item. Yeah, it seems like this torch is worth 1.3. and this one is worth 2. The leather jerkin here with 4 durability is worth 10. This one with 50 is worth 22. It's pretty cool. But it's like, you know, adjustable. Yeah, same here, Adam. The map is really cool, that design. Like, this game in many ways reminds me of the art style of the game Pentiment by Obsidian Studios. It's like about 100 years after this or so. And it's more like a story-focused game. But it's a very similar setting, I guess, and it's like the whole game is in that art style that you can see often in Kingdom Come, which is really cool. And yeah, it's also gonna be a game I will be playing as part of this run. Gonna be playing it after the Ezio games, actually. And yes, I would definitely play AC Shadows once you get to that year in the history, but it's also not that far away because after this we have the Ezio games, then we have Pentiment, then we have Chronicle China, the kind of like 2.5D game, and then we have AC Shadows. And yeah, the Ezio games and Chronicle China are rather short, I guess, so I will get through them quite quickly. After this, I have Kingdom Come 2. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play it this time around. I plan on playing it in the future if I really enjoy this game, but I see myself really enjoying this game, potentially. But yeah, I feel like with this game already, we have covered this particular time in history quite well. The only reason I would actually play Kingdom Come 2 directly afterwards is if I absolutely love the shit out of this game. And I can't wait to play more. But given that both are pretty huge RPGs, there'll be, you know, a couple months worth of project. Maybe wait after the Game of the Year edition comes with all the expansions, but that's a patient gamer speaking. With Kingdom Come 2, you mean? Yeah, it could be worth it, you know, for the price to drop as well. I mean, it's still a pretty fresh game as well. And usually I'm also much more of a patient gamer as well, you know. Like the only games I buy on launch are the AC games, usually. And the only current game I'm kind of like thinking about buying actually on launch and, you know, paying full price for would be GTA 6. But that's only because I just love Rockstar games so much. And I kind of trust them to deliver excellent experiences. But yeah, apart from that, I would always wait until the game has been out for a while. The other thing is also like performance and, you know, bug-wise. It's often better to just wait until everything has been patched. It can often feel like you're doing like early access if you're, you know, buying the game on launch. That's fairful. I think this game has about 30 main quests or so. So that's not that much, I guess. It depends, of course, how long those missions actually are. But yeah, I can definitely see how, you know, that's a decent amount of gameplay grind probably removed. But I'm gonna see how I like the game, you know, the more I play of it, because we're still so early into it, I can't really make a call. at this point yet. But I didn't want to commit to like Kingdom Come 2, you know, before knowing if I even like Kingdom Come 1. Beverages. There were shortages of clean drinking water due to the pollution of water caused by human activities around rural settlements, and fruit juices were available only in season. Hence, everyone, including children, drank beer. The beer brewed at home was weaker and heavier than today, contained 1 to 3% alcohol, and served instead of soup. It had no head of foam, was brewed from wheat, so-called white beer, or from barley, old beer. Only in the 15th century did hops come to be added for better beer quality, bringing out a bitter flavor. Wine was drunk primarily at court and in the monasteries. It differed from today's by its spicy, very sweet taste. It would be condensed into a thick syrup and diluted with water. Spirits were altogether rare. Distillation took place in small volumes. Fruit and cereal distillates were again weaker than today's, about 15 to 20%. The most popular drink was mead, made from fermented honey dissolved in water. Yeah, even the children drank beer. But yeah, that's happened quite often through history. You know, that really good clean drinking water just wasn't a given. So beverages that were like fermented or like cooked in a special manner and safe to drink was like often healthier than going for the most available water source. But of course, those beverages people drank on a daily basis, like all day long, usually weren't that high in alcohol content because people still had to function. It's kind of funny, but it also reminded me of a modern day example where a certain beverage is just cheaper than drinking water, and that's in Mexico. Because Coca-Cola has tons of, factories there, I believe, and invested a lot into the country too, and lots of infrastructure. But they also made Coca-Cola just very cheap and affordable, and it's at a point where it's cheaper than buying water. So people also buy cola instead of water a lot of the time. Which is kind of crazy to me in Germany because, we can have water that's perfectly clean just from the sink. Or even if you would go to the supermarket and buy some, water there, it would still be most of the water would be cheaper than any of the cola available. Books and libraries. Collecting and preserving written records goes back to ancient times, but the barbarians who sacked Rome in the 5th century destroyed a great many, so a lot of rare manuscripts have only been preserved indirectly via the Arab world. Various materials were used to write on: pieces of fabric, papyrus or vellum, fine animal leather. Parchment was expensive and was therefore used primarily for codices and deeds of privilege, due to its significantly longer lifespan. The most widely used material was paper. The writing implements used included the quill pen, engraver, brush or reed cane, charcoal and chalk sticks. The transcription of books was a monks' domain. Each book was unique, carefully decorated, the text enriched with bounteous illuminations, all done by hand. The production of a book took many years, making them very expensive. Major works of the time came into being in Latin, but during the Middle Ages some literature began... Oh shit, I accidentally got against the bumper with my leg. began to appear in their respective national languages. Books were very heavy, so as to be hard to steal, and contained a great many pages. Although there were some miniature handbook formats too, there were books so massive that they couldn't be carried by one man. Not only because of their value, but to protect them from destruction, important writings were often kept in chests or cabinets. Only later did libraries came into being, where the volumes would be tethered to the reading desk by a chain. Libraries were needed by administrative offices and places of learning, especially universities. The largest collections were to be found at the Sorbonne, Oxford, and the University of Prague, where there were books donated by Emperor Charles IV himself. Notable members of the nobility or the church also boasted private collections, despite the fact that not all of them could read. You know, this trick of to carry wine would be converted into bricks or jelly or something which is easier to carry than jars of wine. And when you need wine, you just take the water and drop a brick of wine in it, and voila. Can't remember if I saw this in a show or a game. I mean, that makes sense. Like, beverages would be very tricky to transport. You know, so it makes sense that they would try to find a different form to transport and like assimilate it, I guess. But that's really cool. Exactly, Adam. Yeah, I love when games or historical games include these types of entries. And you have like an additional source of like learning about the history. And for the Historic Order run, whenever we have a game that actually gives us the ability to read about historically relevant stuff that goes beyond the lore. And in this game, you know, the lore is the history. So I guess all of this is relevant, which means all of this I will be reading as well. Carts and wagons. In the Middle Ages, wagons were used for transport, agricultural work, and for wartime purposes. One of the simplest was a two-wheeled cart, while hay wagons, hay wains, were also to be seen. The oldest high-wheeled cart had one central axle connected to the undercarriage. From the 14th century on, twin-axled, four-wheeled wagons came into use. The front axle was not steerable, resulting in a very wide turning radius. Wagons didn't have a seat for the coachman, who either rode astride one of the horses or walked alongside the wagon. In wartime, a wagon could be turned into a mobile field palisade, a strategy that became famous especially during the Hussite Wars, when the strategy of wagon wars won more than one battle for the Calixtines, the Hussite forces. Alright, I'm just gonna head into the open world and see what we come across. You're trying to use equipment that demands better abilities than you have now. Ah, okay. But yeah, it's my only weapon, so better than nothing, I guess. I don't really plan on fighting for now either. I mean, why should I? Unless I'm like being attacked.
God be with you.
What kind of governor is Sir Hanush?
Sir Hanush is a good lord. Things won't be the same when that wastrel Sir Hans takes over. That will be a sorry day.
What's life like in Rattay?
We got sturdy walls and 2 castles to protect us. There's not many towns have that. And we got everything we need here. We got an apothecary, a swordsmith, an armourer. We got a beautiful church and a fine alehouses.
Ah, that's nice. So maybe I can talk to the blacksmith and maybe sell some stuff. Or to any of the other vendors.
How do the Rattay folk get on with the refugees?
Well, they have it tough, no doubt. But there's not enough room for them here. How much longer will they be living on our streets? Nothing good will come of this. What if one of them's brought the plague with them?
Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army?
Don't talk to me about that fucking rabble. A soldier was saying in the alehouse them barbarians impale people on spikes, rape women. They hold nothing sacred, the filthy heathens.
Are you the brawler who takes bets?
What's it to you?
I'm a Skalitz refugee, and I'd like to try my luck against you.
Hang on, I know who you are. And I'll only fight you for silver. Got it?
Why for silver?
Do I really have to tell you? Look at yourself, and then look at the others. All they've got to wager is their labour. But you've got coin.
Not really. I barely have any coin right now.
Are there any rules?
Aye, a couple. Whoever lands on his arse or runs loses. And no knives, axes, or any of that shit. You'll forfeit your wager for that, got it?
Sure.
All right, let's fight then, if you think you can take me.
Hold your horses, laddie. First you have to prove you're a worthy opponent for me by beating 2 other regular brawlers, Stephen and a fellow they call Ringlet.
Kind of reminds me of The Witcher. Witcher 3 with the Fight Clubs.
Farewell.
Right, that's a new side quest started.
Good God! What happened to your clothes? If you were robbed, you should report it.
What kind of governor is Sir Hanush?
Sir Hanush is a good lord. Things won't be the same when that wastrel Sir Hans takes over. That will be a sorry day.
How do the Rattay folk get on with the refugees?
Well, they have it tough, no doubt. But there's not enough room for them here. How much longer will they be living on our streets? Nothing good will come of this. What if one of them's brought the plague with him?
So what, is she actually repeating word for word what the other guy has been saying? Run! It's a raid! Get to the chopper! It's the Arnie Legion. Welcome in, Rod. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And welcome in, Raiders. How were the adventures of Low Honor Arthur in Guarma today? Did you embrace the pirate lifestyle? Hello there, Mita. Welcome in. Good day to you. Hello there, 72. Welcome in. Good day. Hello there, Sini. How's it going? How was your stream today? Okay, so I want to see if I can sell some stuff here. Like armor. Oh yeah, I definitely would get a decent amount of money here. at least for some of them. Just gonna sell the stuff that's kind of like about to break anyway. I mean, all the other stuff I'm kind of like wearing right now. Green shirt. I don't think I need. Don't actually have that much to sell. That I'm not wearing at least. But we got a torch we could sell for barely anything. Rod, when WoW you got chapter 4 and 5 completed. We're technically still in chapter 5, but essentially almost to chapter 6. And then after doing the mission where the Pinkertons attack after they get back from Guarma, I gotcha. Oh yeah, dude, that's great progress, getting through both chapters there. But yeah, I would definitely say that's pretty much the chapter done, you know, once you leave Guarma and get back. Even if it technically still is the chapter, but it doesn't really feel like... if it's like the next chapter already. Got some different dialogue when Dutch kills a old woman on Guarma based on being low honor. Instead of Arthur saying you keep killing people, Dutch, when high honor, he just asks, "Are you okay, Dutch?" That's true. Yeah, I watched like a couple comparisons on YouTube between low and high honor, and that was one of them that got shown. It's really cool, you know, seeing the subtle differences in reaction of Arthur. You know, sometimes he just doesn't, you know, care all that much as a result, or even in that moment, I guess, you know, he would question Dutch with low honor, even if it is not quite as severely. But I like how the low honor reactions are often still accurate to, you know, Arthur's character in a way. Or still represent like a same, you know, type of reaction. Like questioning Dutch's motives and actions. Hell yeah, dude, that's great progress. Getting to get the game done next week maybe already. So have you decided yet what you're gonna be playing once you finish with Red Dead 2? And yeah, Kingdom Come is going good. We haven't really done anything other than stepping outside of the house and talking to some people. And mostly just, you know, reading up on more codex entries. There's like so many the game kind of like throws at you at the beginning of the game, so I'm still kind of catching up with that. Like every now and then. But yeah, it's definitely going good for. Okay, I guess it's everything we're not wearing that I could sell here for 24. Still quite a bit away from 50 that I need to actually pay off my debt. Maybe I could sell some food to like a food vendor. Yeah, we could also heckle to get maybe a bit more money.
I'd like to discuss the price.
Why not?
Ah, new level in speech. Oh yeah. Okay, how about 26 instead of 24?
Satisfied?
A nice sum. Just lower your demands a little and we'll agree.
Okay, 25 then. But at least one more. Oh wait, 24.5. That's how much she wants. Well, it's still a bit of plus, so I take it.
I'll go for that.
Reputation gained. Let's go. So if I come back to sell stuff to her again, then it might give me better reputation in the future. So that's really nice. Thank you for a follow and welcome in. You'll be starting your annual AC series, but this year doing them in groups. After each group is done, then you would take a break with the other games, then do the next group and so on. I see. That's a really good way, I think, because it gives you like a break in between and, you know, you can focus on other projects, and some of the AC games definitely feel like they belong together more than others. So is the first group gonna be the whole Desmond saga? Or will you be just doing like AC1 to Revelations or something? And yeah, there's definitely some tricky parts to this game. Like also dealing with all the stats that Henry has, you know, like you have to keep him well fed and nourished. And deal with things like bleeding and the likes. And the combat isn't the easiest to get into either, but so far we've been alright. Can I go inside here? I guess so.
Good health to you.
Nice hat.
What's life like in Rattay?
Well, this is a manorial town, and our lord hasn't got himself tangled up in affairs of state, so it's peaceful here. May the Lord watch over you.
So AC1 for free, then Liberation, Black Flag and Unity, then Syndicate, the Chronicles Trilogy, then Origins, Odyssey, Mirage and Valhalla. You wanted to do Mirage first this time, wanted to see this time around to see how it feels. I kind of liked it, and having it as like a prequel story. Even if I still think, you know, there's maybe some inconsistencies between Basim in Mirage and Valhalla. It still flows very well, of course, as like a, you know, prequel story, especially if you already know what's gonna happen. So I quite like playing it in that order this time for the historic order run. And that's a verse of a shout out, dude. You haven't played Mirage since launch. That's fair. I wouldn't really say that I have like an itch to get back into the game quite as much as I have with other AC games as well. I mean, Mirage is really good fun gameplay wise, I would say, but the story left me wishing for more. See how Basim becomes an old man so quick. Yeah, it's definitely a bit jarring, you know, like 20 years really would have made a lot of sense. Like you could say, yeah, that seems believable. And they initially want to go for that, right? Like, there's actually a video where AC Mirage was like showcased in Paris, like on a French convention or something, with Bordeaux, of course, the studio behind Mirage, being French as well. That's where they kind of like showcase it. And it actually said the year 852, which would have been about 9 years or so before 861, the year where Mirage starts now. And yeah, that would have put it about 20 years before Valhalla, and would definitely have made a lot of sense. But yeah, the fact it's only 10 years between him in the very beginning, you know, when he's looking like... Well, he's supposed to be 17, right? Like, he's supposed to be 17 at the start of Mirage. So that would make him 27 in Valhalla, but it's been kind of confirmed, like his birth year, I think. That he was supposed to be like in his late 30s in Valhalla. So it really doesn't match up whatsoever. We're just looking for his stats and stuff. Saw the last played date on Mirage. It's been 2 years pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, like late 2023 when it came out. Yeah, I believe the reason they changed it is because of historical accuracy. Because the character that he killed in the beginning, that Prince, he of course died in that year 861, and they didn't want to contradict with that, I believe. So I think that's why they had to set it there, I guess. But yeah, it went to the cost of like, you know, the character of Basim, I guess, and that makes no sense. Maybe it would have worked better if, you know, the prince was killed at the end of the game instead of at the beginning.
Good God. What happened to your clothes? If you were robbed, you should report it.
What's life like in Ratai?
Life is good here. Even better if them damn refugees would only vanish.
Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army?
Don't talk to me about that fucking rabble. A soldier was saying in the alehouse them barbarians impale people on spikes, rape women. They hold nothing sacred. The filthy heathens. Goodbye.
Lovely lady. Oh. I would like to take a bath. I feel like Henry could really need one. I can sit here. So what, I can only sleep in the bathhouse. Maybe I have to talk to someone. Also like how I just fell down from just walking down the stairs. And I believe I even took some damage there. Didn't I? I had like one about injuries, right? Wounds and healing. I was wondering if that icon down there had something to do with it, but that's just a bad icon, right? Oh yeah, the bathhouse proprietor. We can smell Henry from here. Yeah, definitely doesn't look the cleanest right now.
Jeez, Jesus Christ. Your clothes. Were you assaulted? Damn bandits. May they burn in hell.
Yeah, let's use the bar for services.
I'm interested in your services.
And what is it you'd like?
Ah, we can even get haircuts and stuff. I would like to hear my wounds, bath, and laundry, to be honest. Hopefully that's not too expensive.
A bit of everything. Heal my wounds, have a proper bath. Oh, and my garments are in need of laundering.
That can be arranged, but you'll pay in advance.
What? 30. Jesus.
That's too much. It's not worth it to me.
As you wish.
It's probably really like not a big amount, like, you know, once you get like a hoard or some money, but it's like one of the first things I'm doing in the open world, so that's kind of expensive to me right now. I would still like to hear my wounds though, so I'm just interested in hearing how expensive it is.
Something here?
So what are you interested in?
A physician. I have a few wounds I desperately need someone to treat.
As you wish. Do you have the coin?
20 just for the wounds. I think I'm gonna let them heal naturally. Like right now, you know, paying off my debt is probably more important. And it's like mostly scars and like, you know.
That's too much. It's not worth it to me.
As you wish.
Get rid of that yee ass haircut. I actually wonder how
I'm
expensive
interested in your,
So what
the haircut would be. A Polish undercut, Eastern influence, Battlefield perm, mother's boy. What? Well, how about a Polish undercut? How does that look? Jesus. No. Can you stop moving so much? It has the potential to look good, but that way it looks more like a monk. Haircut.
no deal.
Okay, what does the Eastern influence look like? Ah yeah. The classic Valhalla haircut.
No deal.
Battlefield perm. Ah yeah, so just like completely bored.
No deal.
And mother's boy. That's like the same, isn't it?
No deal.
Yeah, it's the exact same. Well, I guess it's staying mother's boy then, because honestly I wouldn't really say that I prefer the other ones here. For now. Maybe at a later point. Hopefully there's more hairstyles in the game than just these. Gonna see.
I'd like to order something here.
Uh-huh. And what do you want?
Also, give me just 1 second. Alrighty. And yeah, that's no worries, Amita. Thank you so much for watching. And I hope work is going well. Yeah, that's true, Afro. I mean, cleaning and laundering my garments would be like $10, I guess. So maybe I could just like, you know, have a bath. But I can't just bath, can I? I can only bath and launder my garments together. She loves you, Henry. She keeps saying, as you wish. Buttercup, is that you? Say my name. Heisenberg. Yeah, with that, you know, bored look. Just need the goatee to go with it. Yeah, I'm gonna just focus on getting $50 to pay back my debt for now.
Actually, never mind.
May the Lord watch over you.
But yeah, maybe I can sell something here. She's paying for anything. Yeah. Nothing too interesting to sell here, but I actually want to sell. I guess the row's stuck because it's about to go bad. All right. As a DSC, Peshek has a job for me. Yeah, but I don't want to take the job. Ah, yeah. Well, I should probably go into the city over here. Check out that. There's much to do. And many unknowns on the horizon. Many clouds. You can get the goatee. So you can really go for that water white look then.
Hey!
Yeah? Am I not supposed to be here? Fair enough then.
Halt! Who are you and where are you going?
I'm Henry, son of the Skalitz blacksmith. I'm going to see my liege, Sir Radzig Kabiller of Dvoyitz.
Of course you are, lad, and I'm the Pope. What do you want from his lordship, and what makes you think he'll see you?
I may not look the part, but I know about honour and duty. And mine is to tell Sir Radzig what happened to the sword he commissioned.
All right then, go ahead. It'll be your skin if Sir Radzig isn't pleased.
Success. Speaking of which, I think I have some skill points to invest. Like, I got a new one in speech, right? Yeah, we could get lowborn, highborn, and final offer. When a trader loses patience with you during heckling, you get one more chance to make another offer. Highborn increases your speech level by +3 when talking to nobles and wealthy people. You can't have a lowborn perk simultaneously. And lowborn is your speech stat will rise by +3 when you talk to commoners. You can't have a perk highborn. I feel like highborn might be more useful because it's very likely to me that highborn people have a tendency to be more well-spoken and literate than, you know, the lowborn. I imagine lowborn might be really good with like thieves and the likes. But I feel like highborn right now seems like it would come in more handy. So I'm gonna go for this. Yeah, we can also get another strength skill here. I'm gonna go for Stronghold. Blocking an opponent's strikes with your shield will cost you 30% less stamina. Now, we don't have a shield yet. But I also don't see how carrying a dead or unconscious body, you know, has come in useful at this point yet. We didn't really have to do this. I'm just gonna get the Stronghold for now. Ah yeah, we can also have some general skills here. You will last 30% longer without food, but as soon as you get hungry, the effects will be 20% worse. I get more charisma when dirty when talking to women. I don't really plan on using fast travel at all at the moment. Like once I get to the point where I've like visited all the places, you know, and it's just about like getting from one point to another, I'm probably gonna use fast travel then. Or there's like literally nothing to do in between or something, but for now I don't plan on using fast travel that much. The worse the better you sleep. I feel like ascetic would be not too bad. As long as we take care of his nourishment, we should be fine. And yeah, the next batch of skills unlocks at level 4 here, apparently. Right now we are level 3 and pretty close to level 4. So we could technically wait until we unlock the next batch of skills here. Question is if there's anything that I want to get from level 4 skills. But yeah, I mean, Insomniac might be good. But there's only these two here. But yeah, Insomniac would be good. I just wonder where I see how many skill points I have. Is it like just for one right next to main level, I guess? So I have like one skill point, I guess. But yeah, I guess Insomniac might be kinda as important as aesthetic. But yeah, I mean, I should be getting a skill point upon level up, right? So I could get aesthetic now, and then on level 4 we could get insomniac, I guess. So I'm gonna do that. The I feel quite hungry ability. You last 30% longer without food, but as soon as you get hungry, the effects will be 20% worse. There we go. Ah, that's convenient. Because we just read up until this point here, until carts and wagons. Camping. In the Middle Ages, countries were constantly being crossed by marauding groups of soldiers, brigands, and guardsmen in groups of various sizes, or lone combatants who often changed their place of abode. They lived in makeshift huts, shelters, or tents around a central fire. Some stayed at one camp for several days, others set up camp only for one night and moved on again the next day. One important factor in their choice of campsite was the ready availability of water, food, animal fodder, and firewood. Very rarely they camped in villages or by the castle or in its vicinity. This was reserved for overnighting by the nobility and their entourage. During wartime or while on the run, they would sleep in the open, since there was no time to raise or break down tents. The noblemen's armies also camped at sites where provincial militias were gradually gathering, or while awaiting the arrival of reinforcements or allies. The longest lasting, sometimes up to several months, were encampments for laying siege to strongholds, or those on riverbanks, waiting to engage with enemy forces on the other side. Tents were intentionally erected close together for security, mimicking battlements. The largest tent in the center of the camp belonged to the commander. Nearby tents housed nobles and high-ranking soldiers, surrounded by simple shelters and huts for the ordinary soldiers and their horses. There was no need to camp together in one place, and an army could make up camp across several locations. In the larger camps there would be a field chapel, an infirmary to care for the wounded, and sometimes even a makeshift brothel. Simple tents in the early Middle Ages took the shape of a capital A, with a square base and a distinctive central pole mounted on two upright stands. The tent canvas was most often made from flax or hemp, undyed for ordinary soldiers, but variously colored and decorated for the commander. The men slept on the ground on mats, skins, pelts, but the nobility and churchmen would have travel beds. Long-term camping was challenging logistically, supplies always being the responsibility of the administrator of the nearest affiliated township. If the army was in hostile territory, it would send out provisioning detachments to procure food and fuel. When supplies ran short, it was time to move on to another location or give up the campaign. The worst occurrence was an outbreak of any epidemic in the camp, since hygiene was difficult to maintain. While waiting for developments, there would also be quarrels, duels, and fights, which could escalate into a bigger conflict and significantly compromise the army. Disputes therefore had to be judged, and if necessary, severe punishment meted out. Yeah, that is true. The codex has been quite useful to understand the story and the gameplay better in parts. I like how close together, both are.
How? What are you doing here? I took you for dead.
Oh, it's a long story. What about you? How did you get out of Skalitz?
You wouldn't believe it. A frightful storm broke that night and Sigismund's heathens ran back to their camp. But they never dreamed Sir Radzig would use the storm as cover for our escape. The entire village slipped away, as quiet as mice while no one watched. In the morning, when those bandits attacked, all they found was an empty castle with an old goat inside. I wish I could have seen their faces.
So do I. You tricked them nicely. See you later.
Yeah, that's basically what we also read up in the Codex.
Good neighbors. But I'm reduced to this. I'm from Skullets and, well, you know.
I'll try it. And if he doesn't like it, I'll lock him in the hen coop so he'll have a proper appetite next time. That'll ruffle his feathers for him.
Maybe you should have done that a long time ago.
You're right there. God be with you. Do you need anything?
Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army?
Everywhere they go, they pillage, rape, and slaughter. Or so the tales have it. Of course, all armies do that. But then barbarians take pleasure in it. God bless.
The Vagabond.
Oops. Come here, young fella.
Oh yeah, we can wash ourselves here. You can wash yourself as much as you can in this water. That probably wasn't the cleanest of water, but hey. Anything helps. Oh, it's a private area.
God bless.
There looks to be the weaponsmith here. Indeed. Yeah, we're gonna read up about these in order here, because I'm still kinda catching up with this. Just so much. I could probably just do the entire stream today just reading this game. I bet. But yeah, let's read just one more here for now. Chronicles. Since earliest times, it was the task of the educated members of a court or spiritual leaders to take on the writing of chronicles, as in literary works describing contemporary events, the lives of their rulers, great battles, and sometimes even everyday life. Records were kept in chronological order, and as well as given the dates, they provide a wealth of historical information. They are among the best sources for investigating and revisiting the history of a country, famous people, places, buildings, and day-to-day affairs. There are different types of chronicles: word, national, episcopal, monastic, royal, dynastic, provincial, tracking genealogy, urban, biographical, or autobiographical, travel journals, and more. The most important Czech chronicles include those of Cosmas and Dalimo, the canon of the Zerat, the writing of the Sassau monk, and the Zibraslav Chronicle. The chroniclers generally enjoy the most favorable conditions. Most lived at the courts, had free access to old written records, and courtly life and plenty of time to devote to writing. Although chroniclers are the most valuable historic source, when reading them and extrapolating, the historical ideological subtext has to be borne in mind. For example, Cosmas wrote his chronicle with unabashed sympathy for the Premistids, while Damilo showed great antipathy against the Germans. Both occasionally mix up facts with myths and legends, like the beginning of Czech history with the building of the Tower of Babel. Some of the books to be found in the game are a transliteration of chapters from Cosmas or Dalimo, as in the account of the forefather Czech, the Maiden's War, etc. Yeah, and I mean often, you know, the leaders would also order the chroniclers to tell the story from their point of view, and, you know, maybe also going the extra mile in like how well received they would be in that particular chronicle. Eight hours of reading. Yeah, I probably would get through this in like 4 hours max. But still, there'll be lots to read. If I'm like also talking about it and like, you know, chatting and stuff at the same time. Clothing and fashion. Clothing for villagers and other commoners above all had to be comfortable, durable, and practical. It had to last for years and be worn in all kinds of weather. It generally consisted of simple shirts and tunics. Men also wore linen knickers down to their knees. In winter, they wore hooded cloaks, fur jackets, and caps. White-brimmed hats protected their heads from the sun, and footwear was simple. Most items were of natural colors without ornamentation. An exception was festive apparel, intended for special celebrations and church holidays. In the towns, clothing held greater significance, reflecting status, wealth, and even membership in certain factions, such as tradesmen, soldiers, or apprentices. Accessories included belts, bags, gloves, hats, and other head coverings. Most of the garments in Kingdom Come Deliverance are based on actual historical records of medieval fashion. Hairstyles. In the 14th and 15th centuries, unwed young women had long hair, which they wore down or in braids. Women in towns adorned their hair with ribbons, pearls, wreaths, and vines. Older married women wore pelt nets on their heads, white or colored veils or hats. Fashionable men in the 15th century had long, coiffed hair, and they liked to shave their chins. They covered their heads with brimmed hats, caps, or hoods. Jewelry. In the Middle Ages, jewelry was fashioned from gems, wood, leather, and metals. All gold tended to be worn around the neck and breast rather than on the hand. The most common type of jewelry consisted of earrings and various types of crosses. The most common motifs adorning jewelry were flowers and animals. Figure decoration was often associated with religious themes. Rings were very popular in the High Middle Ages and were worn for both prestige and symbolic meaning. They were either made entirely of metal, mostly bronze, in rare cases silver plate or copper wire, or adorned with precious stones and worn on all fingers. And footwear was made of leather, cow, calf, goat, as well as grass, straw, bast fibers, wood, cloth, or felt. In the countryside, people often went barefoot in the summertime. Shoes were originally made from a single piece of material and fitted with straps. Soles left and right on the shoes first appeared in the mid-14th century, while heels were added in the 15th century. The most common type of footwear consisted of sandals that covered the entire sole of a foot and slippers made of wood or cork. Stitched shoes could be either low or above the ankle. Okay, let's go ahead and check out the weaponsmith here. I don't want to steer, I just want to talk to you. But I guess I have to go around.
God be with you, good sir.
What kind of governor is Sir Hanush?
He's strict but just, thank God for him. He don't get mixed up in nothing like that Sir Radzig, so you don't see no one attacking us.
What's life like in Rattay?
Good. Or it was, till them refugees came. Still, we're better off here than most places.
How do the Rattay folk get on with the refugees?
Ha! Don't even talk to me about it. I wish that rabble was gone. I know they've met with misfortune, but here to do nothing but thieve and make problems.
Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army?
I don't know if it's just old wives' tales, but I heard truly terrible things. Good luck to you.
Look at this. Assassin. Assassino. Weapon type longsword. A longsword with a blade forged and honed for slashing blows. The increased weight of a long sword ensures a clean cut, even through armor, although blocking enemies' blows will dull the blade, so attack is the best form of defense. Only costs 180. That's a bargain. 710 for an X. Yeah, I can't afford any of this. Well, I can afford a dagger technically. Oh, for kills in stealth mode. I like the sound of that. But still, right now I'm more interested in getting 50 bucks so I can pay off my debt, because I don't want to run around with a debt for too long. But yeah, I got nothing to sell here really. Except for one of the torches, but that's not really worth anything. Brook, my brook, how you dook? Supposed to mean doing. Want to rhyme for Christ's sake. Hello there, Ave. Welcome in, dude. Yeah, it's going good. With Kingdom Come Deliverance. Really liking it so far. Though we're still not really doing much. Just like walking around, talking to people and reading a ton of Codex entries. And there's still so much more we have to read up on. And catch up with. But yeah, I'm really liking it so far. You know, like immersing myself in the setting and reading about the history. How's your day going?
Day or night, at home or at work.
Good day to you. What do you need?
God be with you.
There's an X for 11 bucks. But yeah, I'm gonna have to assemble some more items to trade with again.
Good health to you.
Definitely does, Ave. Yeah, once you start the game, they give you like dozens and dozens of codex entries to start with. So that is gonna take me a while to get like caught up with. Because the other ones you can like unlock across the game. They're more like the codex or database entries in the AC games, you know, where they kind of like pop up once you get to a certain place. But yeah, a lot of them you just unlock automatically at the start, so it's gonna take me a while to catch up with all of it. Oh yeah, we're getting the afro. Like once you have a means, we would definitely embrace the fashion street. Oh, very nice, Ave. That's great to hear. That's awesome that you can already start with a weekend and get some more Witcher 3 in. And that you're also feeling good. But yeah, get ready for some epicness. Getting back to Kaer Morhen. But yeah, Uma is quite funny, the way he behaves. Uma. I do like the way they've done Emir in that game too. Even though I don't like him that much, you know, as like a person, but I really like his portrayal in the game. Ah, I see Ave. Yeah, I still haven't read or listened to the books yet of The Witcher, so I'm mostly oblivious to the stuff that's happening in those. The only thing I know a little bit about is how the books end with like Geralt and everything. Because I wanted to know how they explain the start of the games. But yeah, I don't really know much about the books otherwise.
Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army?
Everywhere they go, they pillage, rape, and slaughter. Oh, so the tales have it. Of course, all armies do that. But them barbarians take pleasure in it. May the Lord watch over you.
Okay, so what do we have here? We could go to Pirkstein, down here. There's the DSC. Oh, let's go down here, I guess. Let's mark this.
What do you want here?
I see you survived.
Aren't you observant?
You still owe me. Don't think I've forgotten.
I don't owe you. I owe your father, and he's dead. So get out of here.
This dude. Well, my best stat is definitely vitality here at the moment. So maybe I can like threaten him.
Do you really want to make me angry? Do you really think that's wise?
No, I don't. Fine, I owe you. And what am I supposed to do about it? You think you'll get anything from me? Look at what I've got. But maybe I could. Maybe I could tell you where you can find some money. If you forgive my debt, that is.
You get me the money, not the other way around.
The hell with that. I want my money, and right now.
Then, I don't know what I can do for you.
Wow. Seriously? So he's like admitting that he owes me money, and I'm not accepting that I'm gonna do the work for him, and I lose reputation? I get that, you know, asking for money right now is kind of stupid. I was just like going with, well, you get me the money, not I get my money, you know? And we become the Hawk otherwise. Don't want to make Henry angry, otherwise he's gonna lose all of his clothes except for his underwear. Yeah, I mean, I definitely get that he's broke, you know, but if he knows how to get money, then my question is, why can't he get the money? Why do I have to get it? I mean, I get it, I'm like the main character in the game, so I have to do all the busy work. But, you know, from the logic of like, he admits that he owes me, so he should be the one to make up for it. You know, by getting the money for me. I've made it good for you like his part in the book is realizing the amount of time that is in between The Last Wish and The Witcher 3, with talking more or less 2 decades. Damn, that much actually. But yeah, I guess time is progressing differently for Geralt. I mean, he's over 100 years old in Witcher 3, isn't he?
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Could have asked. Yeah, I mean, the only other choice was like agreeing with getting the money for me. And I want him to do the work for me.
About that money you owe me.
If you like, maybe something could be done. Maybe I could tell you where you can find some money. If you forgive my debt, that is.
But yeah, I mean, it's the only option I have here. That he tells me where money is. It's better than nothing, at least. But yeah, I kinda wish that he would do it. He just loaded into the game and first thing you heard was Uma, Uma, Uma. Perfect welcome back, isn't it?
Alright then. Start talking.
No. First, I want you to swear you won't be demanding anything else from me.
Yeah, sure.
Very well then. Talk.
When we were running from Skalitz, I heard something. I don't know who said it. It's a miracle I could even hear it in that chaos. Either way, somebody hid a lot of coin under a dovecote.
Under a dovecote? And that's it?
That's all I know. How many dovecotes could there be in Skalitz? If you've got the guts to go back there, you're bound to find it.
Fine. We'll see.
Okay then. That's a start.
I'm reduced to this. I'm from Skalitz and, well, you know.
Jesus Christ be praised.
You know, Jesus Christ be praised.
Did you find out what actually happened?
Folks say it was on account of our silver and how Sir Radzig sides with the king.
Aren't you Ringlet? Milan says I have to beat you before he'll take me on.
And you're that blacksmith's lad, right? What do you want out of it? You're not living in the dirt here like the rest of us.
Maybe not. But why shouldn't I try and beat some coin out of him too?
Yeah, and you can pass it on to us that need it. If you want to fight me, you dandy, then pay up. Or fuck off.
You heard Jesus Christ be praised. Just kidding, you've been lurking and listening. Hello, the listener, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far.
Good luck to you.
Don't pitchy. Come on then.
God! Here!
You going to...
Ow! Ow! Ha ha!
So what, I can loot him? I can take his eggs. It will give me like a lot of money actually. I would solve a lot of my money issues right now. That's for sure. Would be kind of mean, but the playing die that you'd be better off throwing as far away as possible. Huh. The die of misfortune. Interesting. Thank you for the lurk, Ave.
See a thief! Guard!
What the?
Guard! Come here quick! There's a thief over there!
Willst du mich,
Thief!
willst du mich verarschen? It irritated me so much I just had to talk in German. I didn't even loot from him. I just looked at what he has. There's a difference. But I get from his side, you know, it looked like I was about to steal. But technically I didn't. This is bullshit. Also, I spawned like all the way outside the city? Come on now. And what, now the guards are after me or what? I bet. Either way, give me 1 second. Alright. Excellent. Got to be ecstatic about that. I guess you egged him on a lot. That was pretty aggressive. Thief, you are filth. It's like, I haven't even stolen anything. But he deserves to be beaten again. Like, come on, dude. But yeah, good to know that they actually, you know, stand up after like a minute or so. That way, if you wanna steal, you gotta be quick, I guess. But yeah, he's actually running to the guards and ratting on me, isn't he? The fucker.
Hey, you! Halt!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Hey, you! Don't move a muscle! Surrender!
Fuck off, man.
You're under arrest.
Can I just run away? Like, why do I have to deal with this bullshit? It feels like when I had to deal with my wounds after bouncing off the mountain. Like I didn't loot shit. I'm not a thief. I'm not in combat anymore, at least. That's a plus. I'm not gonna stand for something that I haven't done. But there's still that sign of a top left next to a compass, which I assume means something about being wanted. I guess if I go back to the city, then they're gonna go after me again. Let's see if the Codex has something to say about this. No. Crime's reputation. Ah yeah, there's a symbol. One on the left. So I guess it means I just can pay some money to get out of that crime. Ah, that's fucking annoying. I guess I just have to deal with the guards. That's really fucking annoying.
You look pleased.
I'm not pleased. But good that I'm looking pleased for. But yeah, don't you just love it when you're getting punished for something you haven't done? It's the best feeling ever.
Who's there? Hey, you! Don't move a muscle!
Surrender. You're under arrest for breaking the law. I'm going to enjoy
Under arrest? I thought I had to pay money.
Seen thieving. Well, you won't forget this in a hurry, because it'll take a nice pile of coin to fix it.
60. Are you shitting me? Dude, I just looked at this fucking, like, what? There's like a loot button. So of course I'm gonna just check out, you know, what he has. But I didn't take a single thing. And, I mean, looking at the stats, you know, there's like no way I can convince him either. I wonder if it just goes away after a while, if I can just like flee and, you know, return later, but honestly, that's like just bullshit. You know? Why'd I have to pay like freaking 60, like double the amount that I have after selling everything that I had? For something that I haven't done. I'll like have to go back in prison or something. Like, yeah, I don't have enough money.
I can't pay that.
You don't pay, you go to jail.
Cool. Second time in jail.
Put me in jail then.
Get moving. I hope you rot there. And since I trust you as much as I trust, well, a thief, I'll just search you to be on the safe side. Better hand over the loot now.
What loot? I didn't loot anything. Don't you dare taking stuff away from me now on top of this. Of like my regular loot that I, you know, had all the time. Motherfuckers. I hate you all. But I can just go out of a prison like this. No one to escort me outside. Okay, Henry feels quite hungry. Let's get some food in here. Okay, so maybe now we can make our way to the quest. My energy level is also not very high, so I should probably take a rest soon after talking to Sir Radzik. Whenever I have a... Okay, never mind, I can't do it with my mouse. Over the symbols on the bottom, there was like a description telling me what each of them means.
Would that be the smith's son, Hal?
On my soul, it is him. What are you doing here, lad? We thought you were done for.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well, you know, like, I kinda assumed that I at least would have, like, better rest than before, after being in the jail. Because what is, you know, Henry to do, like, for 24 hours there? If not, you know, catching some shut-eye. I wouldn't expect him to have, like, 100 energy, because the beds are probably pretty crappy there. But at least, you know, have, like, some rest.
I must speak with Sir Radzik. Is he here?
He's in the palace with Sir Hanush of Ratai. They're feasting in the Knight's Hall. What do you want with him?
My father made him a sword. He asked me to deliver it to Sir Radzik.
I don't see any sword.
No. Bandits attacked me and stole it. I need to tell his lordship what happened. And then I'm going to find the sword.
Of course you are, Hal. Good luck.
Thanks.
That guy just singing inside the guard. Come on, keep on singing. Don't let me stop you. I think so too, listener, yeah. He probably was working off the entire time. But still didn't get any strength skill plus. And that looks really cursed right now. Anyways. Am I supposed to go up here?
Good health to you, sir.
May the Lord watch over you.
Ah, now he's going. Now I can maybe also go up here.
Your Graces, I have to tell you in all seriousness that this land of ours is in the shit. Deep fucking shit. Don't you agree?
I might not have put it as eloquently as you, Hanush, but I've been driven out of my own castle, so I'm hardly going to disagree.
Indeed. But Pirkstein is yours for as long as you need it. There's room enough for your men and you here at Rattay, and I'm sure my ward won't have any objection to me lending you his castle.
I'd be honoured. Pirkstein is at your disposal as long as you wish, Your Grace.
Just as well you have another castle at the other end of town, eh? At any rate, I'm beholden to you, Sir Hans, and to you, Sir Hanush.
I don't like to speak ill of your people, Sir Radzik, but, well, there's no love lost between the townsfolk and the refugees. There's been talk of criminality.
No, they'll have to get used to it until the situation's resolved.
But when will it be resolved? And what on God's earth is this war even about? I won't lie, sir. I don't understand it.
You aren't alone, Father. I believe Sigismund's original intention was to persuade Wenceslas to accept the imperial crown and to leave the rule of Bohemia to him.
Who could blame him? I know Wenceslas is a friend of yours, Radzig, but even you have to admit he brought it upon himself.
I can't deny the king neglected affairs of state for other pursuits. There is a need for order in the land, but I don't think the lords who sided with Sigismund realized just what Hungarian order looks like.
Hungarian order?
What concerns me, sir, is how a good Christian could resort to such brutality.
To give him his due, I don't think he expected the lords of this country to stand behind the king. But thanks to him, we're tearing ourselves apart, and now he has to get things under control.
But why in God's name does he have to use those barbarians?
Money is the root of all evil, young sir. Wars are costly, and this one has dragged on for a year. Sigismund ran out of coin for knights, so he recruited those whore sons that settled in Hungary. The less he pays, the more they make up for it with plunder.
That's why he attacked us. He was after our silver.
What are you doing? You've no business here. Clear off.
Wait, it's Henry. Henry, who disappeared after I clearly ordered him to remain at Taunberg.
I'm sorry, sir, but I had to bury my parents.
Had to? Do you think you were the only man who lost someone there? But the others listened to their lord.
And it wasn't just your own life you nearly threw away. So Robard and his men risked theirs to save you.
I'm sorry, but I had to.
Oh, there you go. When you have to, Radzig.
Your father was a remarkable man, and your mother, she was remarkable too. They deserved a Christian burial. Did you manage that at least?
No. I was attacked by thieves. I wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for that girl.
Girl?
The miller's daughter, Teresa.
The miller's daughter saved you from the footpads? Well, there's a tale to tell your children.
I owe her my life. She distracted them and then brought me to Rattay. But without Sir Robard, we'd both be dead.
Oh, that's what I call a good woman. Hang on to that one, lad.
Still, it's a great shame your parents are buried in unconsecrated ground. That means purgatory for them.
Be quiet, Friar. I didn't invite you here to eat me out of house and home and deliver a sermon while you were doing it.
If you're so concerned, Father, maybe you should save the innocent souls of these fine Christians yourself. Go to Skalitz and consecrate their graves. I assure you, if you're killed by bandits, your soul will soar straight to heaven, as long as someone buries you in consecrated ground first.
If there's anything left to bury, that plump carcass of yours would be quite a feast for the wolves and the crows. And one skeleton looks much like another, so how would we know which were your ordained bones or those of Sigismund's Tartars?
Be that as it may, why have you come here?
I must get your sword back.
Sword? My sword hangs here at my side.
No, the sword my father forged for you. One of those thieves stole it from me.
They almost killed him and he already wants to go back.
Takes after his father, I suppose. Lad, I've lost a castle, a village, silver mines, and a good half of my subjects. Why would I miss one sword?
Because it's the last one my father forged, and I promised him I'd deliver it to you.
I understand. I'd feel the same way. But prudence is the better part of valor.
and a dead man keeps no promises.
Aye. The woman had to save his fat from the fire, and now he wants revenge. What kind of fool are you, boy?
He's no fool. Henry, you have courage, but you need training, arms, a horse. Or do you mean to beat this thief at dice?
No, sir. Please, take me into your service and give me the chance to learn these things.
The gall of him. Fled from the enemy, disobeyed your orders, duped Sir Divish, lost your sword, put Sir Robard in danger with his actions, and now he wants a promotion.
Sir Capon's right.
What you say is certainly true, except for fleeing the enemy. You would have run as well, believe me. Henry's earned some punishment, but how do you punish someone who's already lost everything, Courage and blind obedience are good qualities for a soldier, but a wise man also appreciates loyalty, perseverance, and determination. Besides, that was a fine sword that his father made. If he thinks he can get it back, I won't turn it down.
My lord, he's a peasant. You can't make a squire of a peasant.
Why not? Someone made a priest of a pig.
He isn't a peasant, father, he's a blacksmith, and recent events have left me in need of his skills. So, you'd like to enter my service?
Sir, Yes, I would. You won't regret it.
Oh, I probably will. I'm doing this for your father, lad. Don't it disappoint me.
Oh, fortune has finally smiled on you today, lad. Make the most of it.
Now that I think about it, Sir Hanush, the boy needs training and experience, and you need spear carriers.
That's true. The bailiff is always complaining about your people making trouble in the camp. Maybe one of their own among the guard might help.
It might. In any event, it will prove valuable experience.
But let's be clear. You're the one paying him. Captain Bernard, see to his training, and then send him to the bailiff.
Yes, sir.
And don't spare him.
You can rely on it, sir.
Don't forget, Henry. Don't disappoint me.
I won't, my lord.
The Ratty tournament takes place once a week. You can enroll by talking to the herald in the courtyard of the upper castle. Ah, yeah. A new character, Sir Hanush of Lepa. Following the death of Yindrich III of Pirkstein in 1402, Hanus of Lipa became the guardian of a former son, Jan or Hans Kepen, as he's called in the game, and thus the acting governance of a surrounding province. He completed the construction of Pirkstein and its fortifications and the local church of St. Matthew, which contains a shrine to his family. When Sigismund of Luxembourg invaded and burned Skalitz, the town's burgrave, Radzig, Kobila, and the survivors of the raid found refuge with Hanus. Hanus subsequently took action against the scattered groups of brigands and Cumans. His relationship with the king was peculiar, to say the least. Judging by often contradictory sources, it appears that in 1410, crown forces descended on the town of Rattay in Hanus' domain, probably after he became a robber baron in Rabo, who may also have participated in the siege of Jihlava in Moravia. Nevertheless, in 1414, he became a provincial marshal and dwelt together with his wife Marketa of Sternberg at Spilberg in Brno. Ah, yeah, that's another dude I could try to beat here. However, my energy level is getting really low here, so I should really get some sleep soon. Let me just sleep in here. Hello there, Rocket Raven. Welcome in. Oh yeah, I gotta keep Henry nice and clean and well fed and energized. All of it. Ah, the butcher.
Good morning.
What kind of governor is Sir Hanush?
Young Sir Hans is our governor, but Sir Hanush is his guardian till he comes of age. That's not a day I'm looking forward to.
What's life like in Ratai?
Life is good here. By God's mercy, the war's passed us by so far. There's nothing but them refugees to disturb the peace.
How do the Ratai folk get on with the refugees?
I know they got nowhere to go. Skalitz is a pile of ashes and the countryside ain't safe. But they've been here too long. Some of those buggers got light fingers, and not one of them appreciates the sacrifices we made for them.
I mean, technically I'm seeking refuge here. So she's talking about me as well. Damn, bacon is so expensive. 11 groschen almost. What? And beef is like 1. A whole entire chicken is 0.6 groschen, but bacon is 11 groschen. I guess all that fat in the bacon is really good for the nourishment. Smoked sausages. Nourishment 27. Damn. Dude, I'm having so freaking many entries. Like I'm not even getting to catch up with all the ones that we get newly unlocked here. Okay, I gotta read more, otherwise we're just getting buried in all of these entries here. So last time we read about the Chronicles, let's carry on with churches. The church was not just a place of worship, but also an important communication center in medieval society. Its basic layout consisted of a central nave or aisle, sometimes with side naves, and a sanctuary, which included the chancel. This housed the main altar, where mass was served. Most churches were aligned with a chancel at the eastern end, and at the main entrance was a baptismal font. Another important element was the pulpit, from which the priest addressed the congregation. By contrast with today, the sermon was separated from the mass. During the church service, the priest stood with his back to the congregation, and in keeping with papal instructions, the mass was said in Latin, which wasn't generally comprehensible to the congregation. In compensation, the church walls were richly decorated with painted scenes, intended to bring the mystery of the liturgy, and especially biblical scenes, come alive for the illiterate common people. When not used for religious services, the church premises would serve, for example, for the temporary storage of grain and other goods that were being traded, or as a place of assembly for the citizenry if a need arose to address some important public issue. But yeah, another benefit of having the, you know, text during Mass be written and, you know, spoken in Latin was that they could actually alter what has been said if I were to translate it. So they could really make the common people think that something else was written in the Bible that actually wasn't. And they also used that as a way to gain more money from the people by, you know, also embracing things like, in Germany we call it Adelersbriefe. Basically, letters that were like absolving you from your sins, and you could pay for them. So if you know, have done something and you pay the church, then, you know, your sins are gonna be forgiven or whatever. And it was a very good and easy way for the church to make like quite a lot of money, because it could also make the people believe that that was indeed written in the Bible when it wasn't like that. But yeah, we're also getting time-wise closer and closer to, you know, the first translations of the Bible into common tongue. And Martin Luther, of course, is gonna play a huge role in the whole reformational process of the church. But yeah, we're gonna get into the topic also of the game Pentiment, actually. Because Pentiment is also gonna talk more about the practice of printing, which also has been a huge game changer in this time. Because with the new translations and then also printing at the same time, you know, it really led to more and more people getting access to text that they could actually understand. Clothing and fashion. Ah yeah, we did read this actually. Conciliation crosses. O'Malley stones with a cross engraved into the surface were erected in places where tragic events or important historical events in the life of a community or the country had occurred. They were closely linked to criminal law, a symbol of admission of guilt, and a plea for forgiveness. The conciliation cross embodied repentance by the perpetrator of a crime, bowed at the culprit's expense. In addition, conciliation crosses marked the boundaries of estates and municipalities. Dugout shelters. A dugout shelter is a form of smaller and more makeshift housing, one room dug into the ground with steps leading down into it. It was covered with a simple thatched roof. These were home to poor people or a provisional shelter for woodcutters, charcoal burners, and shepherds who did not live in them all year round. Ecumenical Council, where ecclesiastical... sorry, give me just 1 second. Alright, so ecumenical councils were ecclesiastical assemblies of representatives who discussed and debated on the topic of faith and church administration. For example, the Great Council of Constance, which lasted 4 years and dealt with the issues of the Reformation and the Papal Schism, and also condemned the preacher Jan Hus of heresy, resulting in his execution by burning. Ah yeah. Yeah, I believe Jan Hus is gonna play a bigger role as well in this game at some point. Fabrics. Fabrics are made from plant and animal fibers, bast fibers especially were used from the very beginning, from willow and linden trees, as well as various grasses. Later on, particular plants were selectively cultivated to be particularly suitable for cloth production, such as flax or hemp. Hemp fiber is tough, rougher, and darker than flax, but unyielding, hence not suitable for clothing and better utilized for ropes and strings. Cotton was unknown in Europe until the late Middle Ages. The most widely used animal fiber was wool, for its good insulation properties, high absorbency, flexibility, and ease of dyeing. It was combed or shorn from sheep. The highly prized and rare import from Asia was silk. Faith and devotion. Christianity was adopted in the Czech lands as early as the 10th century, though certain pagan practices remained until later, especially in rural areas, blending seamlessly with rising Christianity. Some of the folk customs were later modified according to the church instructions, others continued unchanged, and yet others were eradicated completely under the church pressure. In addition to a deep faith in saintly patronage, the saints Wenceslas, Vitus, Nicholas, Ludmilla, Adalbert, etc., the Middle Ages revered the Virgin Mary and the various patron saints of the professions. One manifestation of medieval piety consisted of wayside shrines, conciliation stones or crosses, put up in large numbers in villages, at intersections, and along the byways. In royal cities and liege towns, it was important to collect holy relics, remains, and memorabilia to mark the saints. The cult of saints was encouraged, and cathedrals and churches gained prestige with the relics they held. It need not be emphasized that most of the relics were fakes, and that nobody took much issue with it. Devotion was shown in everyday life and accompanied everyone from the cradle to the grave by way of church rituals, occasions for worship, religious holidays, or regulations, for example, the numerous fasts or Lenten days. In some way or other, everyone believed in God. For complete atheism, we have to look for later centuries. Farming. Unlike today, when the land has long been given over to agriculture, the burgeoning of farming in the Middle Ages brought the need for new fields where there were only forests or untilled land. The timber from forest clearing was used for construction. The remaining roots, stumps, and scrub were burnt, and the ground then leveled. The finished fields were cultivated by the free field system. A third of the land lay fallow for 2 years to recover nutrients. This was used for grazing livestock, which added manure. It was then returned to use and tilled, while in turn another third, which had been used for raising crops, was left to lie fallow. There was thus regular crop rotation to save exhausting the soil. In the earliest times, plowing was done with a simple device called an art and scratch plow. Where the soil was stony, working it was very hard. The tiller had to keep watching the plow and use great force to push it into the ground. Similarly, clumsy and imperfect were the harrows of the time. After harrying, any remaining clods of earth would be crumbled with a mattock or wooden mallet. This work was typically done by women and children. The most common crop, wheat, used to be whole of wheats, and as such not very economical. 15 largish sheaves yielding only about 18 kilograms of grain, often even less. Harvesting often had to be done using only a sickle for cutting. After drying, the grain was threshed out. Vegetables and legumes were cultivated to a greater extent than today, grown in fenced gardens next to houses. These were mostly peas and lentils, but also veg and beans. And around the villages, flax and hemp were grown extensively. Hops were grown in signorio fields for the liege lord's brewery. Also, give me another second. Hello there, Absolution, welcome in. Did they use kilograms back then? Not too sure actually what they weighed in primarily at that time. But yeah, I don't think so. For example, in England, a common way to measure was by pints, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it would have been very tricky and inconsistent actually to kind of like really have like you know, measurements that really translated well from one to another. But yeah, in England, for example, they apparently used pints as a primary kind of like measurement. But yeah, either way though, I'm gonna go and take a break here, and when I return we're gonna do some more reading here on feudalism and the likes. And yeah, who knows, maybe we're gonna play a bit of a game as well today. What's like caught up in like a couple years. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit, and then we're gonna carry on. Thank you, listener. I definitely will.
This is Sparta! Chopper!
Alright. Welcome back to more of Kingdom Come Deliverance with our first playthrough and more reading simulator. We're gonna carry on with a bit more in the codex here. And yeah, then we're gonna have a look what's next for us. Hello there, Aura. Welcome in. This is Bohemia. Hello there, Dr. Darling. Welcome in. Got home from work and installing AC Shadows. And it's weekend, which means you have 2.5 days available. Oh yeah, dude. That's awesome. I hope you have a great time with Shadows once it's downloaded. Yeah, that game is doing pretty good actually. Like, they passed the 3 million players now, I think. And seems to be, you know, definitely a successful AC title in the first week at least. Also when it comes to the ratings, has like an 82 on Metacritic, I think. So, yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised honestly by the reception for the game so far. Looking forward to make my own opinion once I get to that particular year. But we're not that far away actually at this point. It's only the Ezio trilogy and Chronicle China and Pentiment before we get to it. But yeah, we're gonna carry on with a few more general codex entries here. And we stopped last time at feudalism. It's a political system based on land ownership, which originated in the early Middle Ages and followed on from the decline of the Roman Empire. Its foundation was the feudum, a certain area that the owner lent out to others. The ruler, either secular or religious, was the natural feudal senior, and those allocated his fiefdoms were his fiefs or vassals.
Citizen!
The handover itself came with pomp and ceremony, during which the vassal promised allegiance and military aid or other services to his feudal lord. The contract could be rescinded only by the death of one or other parties on the case of a material infringement. Not only could the liege have several vassals, but a vassal could have several liege lords. In the event of a war, one had to choose side by one's contractual tenor. Feudalism also determined the relations of a poorest class, the serfs, who worked on the leased land, paid dues out what they made from it, and provided for their master, his soldiers, and officials, or for a monastery. It was called a quit rent, a source of wealth mainly for the nobility. Portions of the land were subleased, so the king's vassal in turn became the liege lord of his own vassals. Man, glad we passed this one. Sup, nerd? How's it going, Aura? Welcome in. Leased lands, nobles in power, sounds kinda familiar actually. Wait, what? No. That would never happen nowadays. You know, people who actually own land or like a living room having like lots of power. Nah. Taking so much money off people who barely have, you know, money to pay for anything else. Hello there, Sona. Welcome in. 6 months strong. Thank you so much for half a year of subscribing, Sona. I really appreciate it. And GG's on mit new sub badge, wa? Now in a bit of turquoise. How's it going, Sona? Hope you're having a good day so far. Anniversary, Dr. Darling. Welcome back. And yeah, I was just saying that I hope that you have a great time with AC Shadows once you get to play it, and that I'm also pleasantly surprised so far with the reception the game is getting. So yeah, I'm looking forward to play it as well eventually. Yeah, that never happens. Thank you, Lucinda. Welcome back as well to you. Naui all the way. Yeah, so far to me it seems like Naui really is more of a focus in the game. I mean, you kind of like start out with her, I believe, and it takes quite a bit of time until you even get to play as Yasuke. And also, like, when it comes to marketing, you know, it seems like Naui is like over as well. So it seems like the game is definitely already pushing you a little bit into her playstyle, and I have a feeling that I'm also gonna stick more with her just because she embodies the whole like stealthy gameplay, you know? And it's something I love to play as in the AC games, you know, as an assassin. So yeah, I probably still wanna like brawl sometimes and just like go, you know, guns blasting with Yasuke, but I feel like Naui is probably the more interesting character. And not only in stealth, I imagine also with exploration. You know, when it comes to like climbing and getting viewpoints and the likes. Alright, it's been a rough week, but you got Mesh Imports to work modding, so you have been uploading mods like Your Life Depends on It. Oh, very nice, that's cool. So is it mostly for the new Dragon Age game, Velgard, or is it for Baldur's Gate or something? Sorry to hear that you have been having a rough week. But the good thing is weekend is coming up, so maybe, you know, it's gonna give you a bit of a break. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, in a game Assassin's Creed, you know, it's very likely that people might be more interested in actually playing, you know, as an assassin. It's a crazy idea, isn't it? But yeah, if someone wants to play a combat-oriented game, they'll probably, you know, go a different direction. At least, initially. You successfully completed the Liberty City zombie storyline, referendums no less, so you're feeling ecstatic. The Liberty City zombie storyline? I don't think I've seen that one yet. That sounds interesting. But yeah, I do love GTA. So that's always great to see. So is it like kind of like an online mod or something for GTA? Or is it like something official? Because I don't think I heard of that one yet. Mirage on sale, you were so bored yesterday you almost bought it. I mean, that's fair. I feel like Mirage is definitely good for a playthrough at least. If you can get it on a good sale, it is. Ah, I gotcha, Aura. Well, that's really cool, you know, to kind of give some more kind of like liberty in how you want to mesh, I guess, the clothing with the armor. But yeah, sometimes, you know, the long sleeves can definitely be not the best kind of look. I mean, it makes sense if you have like armor on top of it, but when it comes to style, it's maybe not always the best looking. It's from Call of Duty 6. Ah, I see. I was kind of thinking Liberty City and like Rockstar. But yeah, Call of Duty Zombies. I remember playing Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies with friends when that came out. But yeah, Black Ops had a pretty cool setting, I think. Being like during the Cold War. And then combining that with like zombies was definitely unique in a way. I mean, we did read up on food last time. Foreigners. Since ancient times, a foreigner meant not only anyone who came from outside of one's town or village, and was thus a potential enemy, but also any person without legal status. Foreigners were without legal rights until they paid a surety. This matter was handled by courts of law, and there were various regulations setting fees for running a business or renting a house. Foreigners were not allowed to acquire or inherit ownership of them. The Bohemia lands were long open to foreigners, relatively speaking, with lively trade and cultural exchanges. First were the Celts, then Germanic tribes, and later the Slavs. But a large portion of the populace consisted of German-speaking people. The Germans were mainly courtiers or worked entrepreneurs and merchants. Relations with the Germans were neutral at first, cooling off later, and ending up with animosity against all things German. But that was still far removed from the strident nationalism of the 19th century. Worse relations existed between the Czechs and Germans on one side, and the Jews on the other. They lived outside of society, which often, having got permission from the king for a handsome price, carried out pogroms against them. Plague and disease in the mid-14th century affected migration, and fewer foreigners came to Bohemia. During the Hussite Wars, most of the town had a majority Czech citizenry. Only the main centers in Moravia remained largely German, Brünn, Icklau and Olmütz. The Czech language gradually permeated from rural society to the higher social strata. A fundamental change in how language and ethnicity was viewed came with the Hussite Wars, in which most Czech speakers identified with the Hussites, while most Germans supported Sigismund and the Pope. This was exacerbated by the foreign, often German crusades, summoned by Sigismund against the upstart Hussites. Thank you for the look, Sona. And for the good luck wishes. Definitely gonna need them. Ah, I see, Aura. Yeah, that wouldn't be too easy to kind of like fuse together, I would imagine. Finding arms to add to everything. Frescoes. Medieval frescoes were intrinsic to architecture and had both a decorative and educational function for the illiterate population, showing in simple terms the wealth and superiority of the nobles and detailing biblical stories or scenes from the lives of saints. Extensive works of art were to be seen in the larger residences, monasteries, and churches or palaces, fashioned by specialized painting studios. Less significant buildings were decorated by local individual artists. Painters in the Middle Ages didn't tend to sign the work, and thus largely remain anonymous to this day. Most of the paintings were created by following strict, formally conceived designs and templates, so the style of individual author didn't differ much. The aim was not originality, but to portray the particular scene masterfully. Okay, we're gonna carry on with furniture next time. Quest Tipster. Well, we still have to beat Steven here, so maybe I can find him. However, my energy level is still quite low here, but it might still be enough to beat him. There he is.
A good day to you. What do you need?
If you remove a piece of the armor, you just get a blank space, not a nude model, so you have to find the skin. You have an entire blender file just full of unique body parts assets. So what are you saying? You collect body parts? Is that what you're saying? And skin. But just a perfectly, you know, normal hobby to have. Good for you.
How does life in Rattay suit you?
And them Rattay folk would rather drive us out of here. They won't give us no work, and they won't let us beg. So what are we supposed to do? Fucking war.
Call me Buffalo Bill. I will call you that from now on.
Did you find out what actually happened?
They say Sigismund is at war with the Czech lords and abducted the king. And our lord sides with Wenceslas.
You're Stephen, aren't you? Milan tells me he won't fight me until I beat you.
Oh, yeah? And why would you want to? Well, never mind. I'll fight you if you pay me. What do you say? Farewell.
Yeah, my energy level is definitely a bit low here.
Bahayel! Gotcha. Bob! Yeah! Oh!
Ow!
Well landed.
Got him. Well, I'm not gonna attempt to steal anything from him because last time it got me in the prison, so I'm gonna try to learn my lesson here. It was funny because I didn't even steal anything, I just had a look like what he has. It was enough for him to go snitch on us and call the guards. Which I call bullshit. But here we are. Yeah, Dr. Darling, that's what it reminded me of. The fight clubs in Witcher 3. But it's good for you can try to talk your way out of stealing. You could actually in this game. Yeah, when you're like surrendering or like the guards interrogate you. You have a way of paying them often or choose prison time. But you also have a way of using your speech skill or like even like your combat abilities to get out of a situation, potentially. But the guards are just way over my level at this point that I didn't really have any chance to get out of that situation. I could have tried to flee, but given that this city is a city I have to spend some time into, I figured I'm just gonna, you know, set it out in the prison. But yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, considering I didn't even steal anything. I just looked what he had.
You there, come here a moment.
Jesus Christ be praised.
What are you hanging around for? Don't you have any work to do?
No, I don't. Sigismund's marauders took everything I had and reduced me to beggary.
Funniest thing is to steal something directly in front of someone, then go, man, that wasn't me, you're crazy, and they believe you. Yeah, it's nice when that works. It's like, okay then, never mind.
What's it about?
Since I lost everything, I've been doing whatever I could to survive. Only, I got caught with my hand in someone else's pocket. And since then, I can't even set foot on the square without the catchpoles pouncing on me.
So you're a pickpocket? Alright, get to the point, but keep your hands where I can see them.
My honestly begged groschen were taken from me by that bastard of a guard, Pazdera. He claimed I stole them and took them for himself, the swine. Well, if you can get them from his pocket back into mine, where they rightfully belong, I'll give you a share and teach you a handy trick too. What do you say?
A handy trick, is it?
Alright, I reckon I can manage that. How much coin are we talking about?
Everything he has on him. Half is yours.
It all sounds a bit fishy.
Well, take it or leave it. But if you get my money back from Pastor of the Guard, I'm sure I can put some more work your way. Take care now.
Rob the rich, give the poor. That's some way I could get money here. I wish I had like a legend which would go into detail what every symbol means sometimes. So apparently I still have to beat Milan over here, do I? My energy level is getting quite low here. Is there like any place for me to sleep? It's like so many symbols here I can't even see. Well, I guess I could go back here to Peshek and these guys. Because it's kind of my home. Get some rest because I need energy. Then we can head out the next day.
Fresh bread! Come and get it! Man cannot live by bread alone.
Dignitaries, what? Do they heed the word? Those flouted bellies? They make you up on that.
Oh, nice. I can go inside the church. Where we can have a look at the frescoes here. Ah yeah, that makes sense. Going to the church to, you know, learn how to read.
I want to learn to read. Who should I go and see?
There's a retired scribe in Uzhitz. He could teach you.
Nice. Yeah, I would love to be able to read.
Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army?
Terrible things. Horrible. I hear they skin people alive and what they do to the women folk. Better take your own life than fall into their hands. Beasts they are. Animals. Take care now.
Oh wait, was that the guy to talk to? Stephen Milan, there he is.
God be with you.
Let's fight.
You gave those two a pretty good hiding, and I made a groschen or two in bets. You Skalitz fellows are good for my purse.
I mean, our energy level really isn't that good, but between the last fight and this, we only lost 3 energy, so maybe it's still fine.
May the Lord watch.
Oh Jesus, this guy is tougher. He's countering everything.
God!
You going to cry now?
Jesus. Fuck. Oh yeah. We lost. Kick their ass. Probably would have been better to take a rest and then try fighting him. I assume I can retry, can I? Yeah, I can still do this. So we're just gonna go and get some rest in. Then try. Get some breast knuckles. That would definitely help. Nice advantage in that fist fight, that's for sure. Yeah, listener, wrecked. Just the other way around. So how does my health actually? 22. It looks like I have more health than that on the bar. Well, let's get some rest first and see if that restores any health. Oh yeah, that restores health to 97. Nice. What are you doing here? Are you watching me sleep, dude? That's fucking creepy.
Anything else?
Yes, leave this room. How about that?
What's it to be?
Here's the door. Go. Or do you want me to punch here? I can't punch him. Can't pull my sword either.
Else?
He does, yeah, he does own the place, but does he have to watch me sleep?
What's the matter with...
Okay, I would say we have some pretty good conditions here. 92 health, 97 energy, 96 nourishment. Henry's doing well. Oh damn. Nighttime is quite dark. Really gotta be careful where you're going. I wonder if it's like Witcher 3 as well, where they have like schedules and don't actually appear at night or something. Oh yeah, I still have 2 torches actually. Deal with fire. So I can put it out. I can also eat some more here, but that would be overeating. But yeah, I definitely still have a torch. I could use the one which has like not quite as good of a condition. Nice. Makes me wonder if I can actually use the torch to fight. I mean, mechanic fist fighting while holding a torch, apparently. Is inside this house, apparently. Well, I reckon we're gonna skip some time then. Can I put off a torch? Oh yeah, it works. It's holding D-pad left.
Well, I never. What's up? You need some help?
Let's skip for 6 hours. That sped up dog sound. That was fucking funny.
What's it to be?
I have a ball and a chain icon. A ball and a chain icon? Where did you see that? Before at the bottom. Ah. Not too sure, honestly. I haven't understood all the icons yet. So I'm not really sure what that might have been.
What?
Okay, Milan. Second round.
Let's fight.
I hope you've got coin this time. I won't fight you for your labor, understand?
I did have coin before.
Farewell.
Jesus Christ!
Topsy-diri!
You'll die for that!
Ow! Take that!
Well landed!
Way off.
To hell with you.
Oh dear! Did that hurt? Here! You going to cry? Insolent. Well. Yeah. Fuck up. No, no.
Dude, how tanky is this guy?
Well landed.
Oh, fuck off.
Ow. No.
Yeah, this guy is just really... I'm not sure if he's like over leveled or something. Well, it seems like I got like a lot of hits in and I wasn't anywhere close to getting him. Maybe I should leave him for later. Or also like invest some of his skill points that I've gotten, because through the 2 fights I had with him now, I've got quite a bit of... I got the strength skill. And we also talk about something different. Yeah, defense. Oh, I didn't got a skill point here, but something about defense. But yeah, I'm already injured here, so if I keep going further, then I might get bleeding, and that wouldn't be good either. So I think we're gonna leave him for a bit later. But yeah, we can get another strength skill though. gives you a 40% higher chance of overpowering your opponent in a clinch. I mean, I assume it also goes for like melee fighting when, you know, you kind of have the animation where they both grab each other. Does that also count as clinching? Getting my ass beat. Yeah, the second time as well by that dude. His health is a purple one, so he's not even below half health. Ah, okay. Yeah, the UI is still a bit confusing to me at times. Like what means what. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna try beating him for now. I'm gonna go for Insomniac as well. Increase the time you can without sleep. Your energy level falls one quarter more slowly. Nice. Alright, but yeah, we are fucked, so... I guess we're doing this again, going back to home, sleeping, and then we're gonna try something different. Because Milan is just a different beast. That's kind of funny because the other two guys were so much easier in comparison and he's just like super buff. I understand that they made him tougher than the other two guys, but that's a bit much. And I would say I probably got more hits into him than he got into me. By far. But yeah, maybe just like a level difference or something.
Hey, lad. Don't you want a little wait? Are you looking for someone?
Yes, and it's not you. Can they leave me in peace? This guy. I'm glad I didn't take the contract that he wanted to give me.
What's it to be?
Dude, can you leave me alone? I want to sleep.
Anything else?
I can't even go to sleep. Because he keeps buffering me.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, now,
Huh?
can you fuck off? I can't sleep.
Can you tell me...
Can you tell me
That's all.
where the door is so I can show it to you?
Take care now.
So, I can't sleep because this guy wants to talk to me, huh? Or what? Hope I'm enjoying medieval life. Oh yeah. getting my ass kicked and dealing with this dude. Ah, there's the legend. I see. Okay, that makes more sense now.
Are you looking for me?
No, I'm not looking for you. Let's try this bet. Nope. Maybe I can sleep up here. Okay, I can sleep up here at least. That tourney happens once a week or something, right? I said. So I guess I can try at a later point again. It's pretty cool they have a mechanic for not being able to sleep longer than you physically can. Because I will have to deal with health and stuff in a different manner then.
Whoa! Hey! Hmm?
Go away.
Look out!
Wait, we actually lose energy for bumping into this dude? Huh? Let's do this and there might be a place to sleep as well at the castle. Okay, I definitely need to catch some food here soon. Maybe there's still some inside here.
Are you looking for me?
Nope. Nothing there. Alrighty. That's a bit of main story. Let's go to the training ground and talk to Captain Bernard. Ah, cool. I can also gather some plants. That might come in handy for alchemy, I assume. St. John's wort. Ah, cool. New level in herbalism. I really like how doing certain activities gets you more proficient in, you know, those regards. We kind of talked about it in Plague the Requiem as well. How in that game you also get rewarded in like a stove or like, you know, being more aggressive by playing in that way. Only this game, of course, being like also an RPG of its size, it's like even more in depth. So I guess you only get to the training ground through the city, is that it? It seems to be. I don't want to like try running up a mountain again and then bouncing off and just breaking all my bones. So I'm just gonna go the scenic route here. Yeah, you can definitely loot a lot of plants in this game. I'm imagining this game would be very tricky with no HUD, honestly, like navigating. Unless of course you know the game world really well. But even then, there's like so many NPCs you can potentially talk to, that I feel like distinguishing between the ones you can talk to and the ones you can't would be kinda tricky without the compass.
Must be up to no good.
Sneaking around in the dark. I'm like walking through the street just as any other person here.
Hey, you want someone to call the guards on you? No one is allowed to walk around here after dark without a light.
Ah. Well, that makes sense. So, what about her though? She doesn't have a light. Well, she's a beggar. Maybe that's why.
God be with you. Do you need anything?
Did you find out what actually happened?
Folks say it was on account of her silver, and how Sir Radzig sides with the
I
king.
need money, sir. I'm poor and sick and hungry.
No. The flashbacks. All the beggars. Is she gonna throw a stone at me if I walk away?
How does life in
God
Rat Eye
gave
suit
you
you?
eyes for a reason.
I suppose
Watch
it was
where
kind
you're
of them
going.
to take us in. But then they just left us to fend for ourselves. Nobody gives a damn about us.
No, you don't understand. I need the money. I have to say, the lighting is really impressive in this game. Looks very good. Like how nights really feel like nights, like with how dark it is.
Jesus Christ, your clothes. Were you assaulted? Damn bandits. May they burn in hell.
I like how they always jump into conclusions. This is from a fist fight. But it's kind of cool how the clothes actually look a lot more rugged and destroyed.
Yourself, Adky.
Indeed, you just killed yourself.
Weasel turd.
Good luck then.
Thank you, Weasel Turd. Porridge. Delicious.
Good health to you, sir.
Do you know if there's anyone around here who could use my help?
Aye, it could be something for you. Bertold, our local gamekeeper, was looking for help with something a while back. Why don't you ask him if he still needs help?
Do you know if there's anyone around?
So I can ask him multiple times. I mean, it makes sense, given that he's the innkeeper. He would like know of like new people in town, maybe, or like the local gossip.
I wouldn't beg, good neighbours, but I'm reduced to this. I'm from Scarlet. Well, you know.
Captain Bernard's not here. I should stop by during the day.
Okay, do we have a bench here where I can maybe wait? Ah, yeah. Hey, there's even some half-eaten bread or something, which I can't take. You're playing Witcher 3 and the Witchers are so drunk. Game is by now 10 out of 10 and you haven't even found Ciri. I mean, that's just classic in Witcher 3, isn't it? You do everything but finding Ciri. But yeah, that's such a funny scene. The whole like them getting drunk together and getting up to all kinds of mischief. Also considering how much and how strong they have to drink to even get drunk. Considering they're like witchers and they drink potions all day. Oh yeah, it's definitely going good, Ave. Still not feel like I make like tons of progress, but I do enjoy the game. Been getting my ass kicked in a fist fight. So trying to get better, more proficient in combat before I try that again. I think my fighting instructor will still take 1 or 2 more hours. I mean, 8 o'clock. He's probably awake at that point, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah, I think you might enjoy this game, Ava. It's definitely also a very realistic feeling and immersive game. And the story, like the main story, has been really good so far in its presentation, I feel.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Can I ask,
What kind of a lord is Sir Hanush?
I can't complain. He knows how to keep order, but he does it with good humor.
What do you think of Sir Radzig?
I hear he's on good terms with the king, probably why Sir Hanush opened the door to him. Sir Radzig seems like a fair man, and folks say he's a good governor.
What's young Lord Capon like?
He'll be the governor here in a few years. Sir Hanush is just his guardian until he comes of age. The young lord spends most of his time making merry. But he'll grow out of it. He's no fool.
What's life like in Rattay?
Till Sigismund came, and then you folk, it was a fine, peaceful life here.
Good one from the captain. Indeed. That's number 4 now, I believe. Once I get the first like dozen or so, I'm gonna go and record them into a sound bit. The music, although clearly different, gives you Witcher 3 vibes. Definitely, I agree. And even though the Witcher universe is like, you know, fantasy and fiction, it's of course also rooted in like a certain history that you can draw parallels to this game's history actually. With some of the architecture that you're also seeing. And also like with some of the armors and, you know, that kind of stuff. At least when you look at like, you know, Novigrad and Velen, I guess. This game needs a Gwent mod. That'd be really nice actually. Every NPC has like a Gwent battle. And you can talk to so many NPCs in this game.
What will become of the Skalitz refugees?
I'd like to know the answer to that myself. I hope things can settle down quick and you lot can clear off.
Perkstein is a fine castle.
It'll be even finer once you all clear out and I can move back into my chambers.
Do you know who those soldiers of Sigismund's are, Captain?
They call them Cumans or Kipchaks. Our lord says they fled from the Mongols to Hungary and settled there. They're herdsmen and excellent horsemen. And barbarians, too. For all that they claim they've turned to Christ.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to know. I'm here for training.
Yes, you're that boy Sir Radzig sent.
Yes, that's me.
Let's get to it then, since that's what Sir Radzig wishes. And because you've never held a sword in your hand before, we'll start with something simpler.
I mean, honestly, it wouldn't hurt to like get back to basics and just get all of it down before we move to more advanced stuff. Now, I spent a bit of time in fighting, and so far, except for the Milan, you know, fist fight, we have been defeating our enemies, you know, most of the time. But yeah, I feel like it would be good to get a bit of a refresher on the basics again. Maybe that also helps me in defeating Milan. Hello there, Kisu. Welcome in. Lots of progress today, I see. Hope you're well. Thank you so much, Kisu. I'm doing quite well. Definitely enjoying Kingdom Come. Been spending lots of time today also reading up on the codex entries and the history of this game. But it's really cool how much they put into this to learn about the society and the political struggles at the time. But also the religious changes. Hope you're having a good day so far, Kisu. Will I also play Kingdom Come 2? At this point, not yet. I wanted to first play through this game and see if I even end up liking it. And if I do, then I probably will play Kingdom Come in the future at some point. But I'm not really planning on including it in this series run. Because, yeah, it would, you know, take a lot of time on top. Would be a very similar experience to this, of course. So we already, with this game, I would say, have like a really good focus on this particular time. And I think both games are like across 2 years or so. So it's not like we're seeing like tons of historical events, you know, it's more like we're in this particular year in time. And this game, you know, covers a lot of it already. So yeah, the only reason I would actually include Kingdom Come 2 at this point would be if I love this game so much by the end of it that I just can't wait to play another one, you know. But I would have to pretty much love it as much as like my favorite AC games to get to that point. So that's debatable if that's gonna happen. But yeah, it definitely already is massive. I mean, at this point, we have played through about 20 games in the historical auto run. And I started this whole project like last year in May, April, May or something. So it's been almost a year. And we're not even halfway through the, you know, run at this point. There's definitely subject to change, like the list, and I might still add some games on there. But if I do, then it will probably be more like to fill in some years that we didn't really get to cover for other games yet. But yeah, that's my long answer to if I play Kingdom Come 2. Indeed, yeah, we have Pentiment coming up. I would love to replay that game. I've only played it once, and that was off stream, so I never streamed it. And given that there's like so much that I'm gonna be reading in that game too, because all the citizens have their own dialogue, of course. I thought about maybe setting up like a voice changer AI program, and then having like different presets depending on what type of character is speaking, like, you know, an old woman or like a young boy or whatever. And through AI, maybe, you know, change my voice to actually sound like almost realistic for the type of character I was talking. It's gonna be difficult setting that up.
Yeah, Mr. White.
But it would be funny if I could, you know. But there are definitely a good amount of AC coming up. First we have the Ezio games after this game. And then we also have Chronicle China and AC Shadows. At least the bar doors have been banned. For now at least. But you never know when they're coming back. I mean, I didn't expect them to return so quickly, and we had them in Plague Tale again. Must be barred from the other side. Yeah, that quote is just stuck in my mind. From all the hours I spent on Valhalla. Indeed, yeah, the Ezio games. They're gonna start in 1476. So about 70 years after this. And I think they end in the like 1520 or so.
Requiescat in pace.
Requiescat in pace. Bene, a way up in case I fall.
Very well.
Come with me and listen closely. I don't want to be repeating myself. May the Lord watch over
You learned knighthood training.
Well, let's see what you're made of. Hold it properly. Keep moving. Never stand still when your life depends on it. Right, good. Now, try attacking. You've got to put your back into a good slash. No use waving the sword around like you're swatting flies. Go into the attack with your whole body. Try slashing from various sides to get used to it.
Okay, so it's actually just a repetition of the initial combat tutorial. Fair enough.
I don't have all day, boy. Very good. Nice. Good. Well done. Not bad. That pointy tip isn't for decoration. Try stabbing me with it a few times. Not bad. Well done. All right. That will do. Slashing, stabbing, and movement are the foundations that you build everything else on. Now, let's try something more complicated. One strike, I can simply fend off. You mustn't give your opponent time to react. String your strikes together. As soon as you finish one, begin another. Strike, strike, strike. All right. All right. Not bad. Now let's see how you do with defense. It's not hard to block a basic strike. Just watch out and move your sword into the path of the blow. Well done. Wrong, damn it. Very good.
Ow.
Good. Nice. Very well then. Let's see what you're made of, lad. Come at me and don't hold back.
Let's shoot this in a like free combat training. Without the risk of actually dying.
Yo!
Jesus, this guy. Need energy.
Ow!
Fine, enough. You're not a complete dead loss. It'll be hard work to turn you into a master, but you have the basics. Let's try something more advanced. When in combat, keep an eye on the space between you and your opponent. That is your space. Try to attack from the side the opponent will find harder to block in time. If I'm holding the sword raised up, do an uppercut. If my sword is low, lunge. Let's try it. You strike a few times at the side where I'm not holding my sword. Good.
All right. No, not like that. Ah, that's it. Not bad. Well done.
Right. Lesson 2. Everything you've learned about blocking is wrong. When I cover, I can simply fend off your blows with my sword and gain control of the space between us. But it's better not to control just the space, but actually your opponent's weapon. Attack, and I'll show you. All right, that will do. Now you. The trick is to stay in your stance. As soon as I start to attack, you block. The move knocks the blade aside.
I have a perfect block.
No, not like that. You mustn't hold the sword there. You have to move along with the attack. Again. Ow! Too soon again. Try and catch the rhythm. You see the sword move, you move at the same time and deflect it.
No, not like that.
Huh?
Ow. Wrong. Again. Wrong.
Fully defect. So there's like a green button popping up, right? And that's like the indicator?
Ow. Ah, that's it.
There was one, apparently.
Ow. Not bad. Well done.
Yeah, that makes more sense. But just by the animation, it's difficult to tell, honestly.
All right.
Right, now we'll try it a little faster. Concentrate and block just at the moment I start attacking. I'll strike you from above each time so you can see it well.
Not bad. No, not like that. Very good. Wrong. Again. Very good. Very good. All right.
Good, good. Now let's try it at full speed. You probably won't succeed, but that's normal at the start. You must train. Let's go!
Captain Bernard!
Ow! Wait a while, Henry. Greetings, Sir Hans. What brings you here?
I was on my way when I noticed that you're entertaining Sir Radzig's esteemed guest. Not the same as holding a hammer, is it, blacksmith?
It's Sir Radzig's orders.
I know. I'm actually here to train at the archery range. My hand's grown heavy lately. You don't mind, do you, Bernard?
Not at all, my lord.
Good day to you, blacksmith's boy. Try not to hurt yourself.
Where did we finish? Yeah, leading the opponent where you want him. There's one more way to evade a strike. Simply step aside, attack, and I'll show you. What is it? Sudden visitation by the Holy... All right, try it. It's important not to move too soon. I'll see where you're going and hit you. If the same will happen if you move too late. I'll attack slowly now. As you see me, raise the weapon, jump aside. It'll throw the opponent off a bit, and there's your chance.
Not like that! All right. Not like that! No! Again! Well done. All right.
Fine. Now try it a little quicker. Try and get used to the rhythm. Never take your eyes off your opponent. You'll see a strike before it's even properly started.
Ow. I dodged. Again, I dodged. What? Why is nothing happening? What?
Not bad.
As soon as it... Okay. I see. I thought I also had to wait until the green point there.
Good.
That's actually earlier.
Good. And the last thing for today, a trick. You raise the sword to force your opponent to block, but then change the direction of the attack at the last moment, and the opponent won't even know what hit him. Try it. Draw back the weapon, then change the attack zone and strike, so I don't have time to react.
Oh yeah, that's something I've done all the time already, because it just really overwhelms the opponent much quicker by like changing just before you strike.
Let's go! Not like that! Well done. Nice. Ah, that's it. No, not like that. Well done. Wrong. Again. Well done. Well now, that wasn't too bad. Maybe we'll make a soldier of you after all. But don't get cocky. You have to train hard and persistently. You might have talent, but talent alone won't do. Practice. Whenever you've got nothing better to do and you're in the mood for it, you can come and train here with me. I can teach you something more when you're up to it. Don't leave yet. Sir Radzig also wanted me to teach you archery. Come with me.
But it was good we went for the basic training first, because there's definitely a lot I didn't know yet. So advanced definitely for later, once I'm like a bit more secure with these mechanics. Do better, great, no, yeah, wrong, woohoo. It's like, what is it? It's very reactive, isn't he? Like every single, you know, strike gets committed. No very shay.
You don't think, you never figured out how to think!
Jesus. Never figured out how to think. Oh, I can actually tackle with left trigger. Interesting. I didn't know that. Hello there, Seraph. Welcome in.
Let's see then. Take this bow, go and stand in position over there, and we can start. And another thing.
If I were you,
put on
I'd
this
avoid
arm guard.
reality too.
Without it, you could flay your forearm with a bowstring, so be sure to wear it.
Thank you, Captain.
Save the thanks. Get in position. Now concentrate. A bow ain't exactly the weapon of choice of a knight, but it can come in very handy. You've got two bandits coming at you from a distance. You shoot one in the eye, drop your bow, and draw your sword on the other. Emperor Charles, God rest him, encouraged his subjects to learn archery. He even organized contests in Prague. But you wouldn't have gotten far there. You're holding the thing like a piece of firewood. But enough talk. There's the target. Try and hit it. Draw the bow, aim, and release. Try to get a feel for the rhythm. Inhale on the draw, hold your breath for a moment, and then release the string. No jerky movements, just let the string slide out of your fingers, as if you were about to draw it back more. It's all one movement, the arrow aiming at the target and flying at it. Shoot away. What you have there is a training bow. The arrow drops quickly. Once you've trained a bit, you can get yourself a better one, and then those arrows will fly so fast you won't see them. Don't forget the arm guard. Once you've mastered the bow a bit, you won't need it anymore.
Oh, interesting. So we don't actually have like any kind of ridicule.
Well, that was awful.
What?
I didn't imagine a village yokel like you would have much skill, but you failed to meet even my low expectations.
What?
I don't know why you're wasting your time, Sir Bernard. Nothing will come of him anyway, and at the first sign of trouble, he'll run away like any other cowardly peasant. After all, he's done it before.
What did you say?
Calm down, boy. Keep in mind who you're talking to.
The braggart who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Now, you've really done it. You'll go to the stocks for that.
Calm yourself, Sir Bernard. If the blacksmith boy feels he can prove himself, then let him try. Do you think you can beat me? Well?
Any time.
Very well. If you defeat me, I'll give you my bow. If you lose, you'll have to pay up. Do you even have any coin?
I don't have enough.
Then you'll owe me or work it off. Let's get to it.
You know, I didn't even shoot there. You know, I was like just wondering, okay, how the shooting works. I saw him like, you know, almost lose control, so I like aborted the shot and wanted to try again. And they were like, well, you're the worst shot ever. I'm like, I didn't even shoot. It's the same situation as earlier when I didn't even like steal anything and I still got judged as like having stolen something. It's like, well, let me even shoot, you know, or try. Now I have to compete and don't, you know, didn't even get a chance to actually shoot anything beforehand. Seraph, and another thing, insert. Yeah. I have a way. You never figured out how to think. At this rate, I will aura. Just gonna make deaths left and right.
And I cannot believe you feel injured by an imaginary insult. I owe you nothing.
Nothing. It doesn't do anything. Good. What the fuck? At least he didn't hit anything either yet. Okay, now I did. That was too high, of course. Dude, aiming is so freaking difficult. Especially with that sway here. Oh, it's just like the worst aiming ever. What the fuck? I mean, I get that, you know, Henry can't shoot for his life, but...
Congratulations, Sir Hans. Nicely shot.
Thank you, Bernard.
Would have been nice if I actually got to test my archery skill before I got into competition.
Or do you need more reminding?
Sir Hans, is this necessary? Your Highness has already had words about you fighting with your subjects. He explicitly told me.
I know what he told you. You can just tell him I didn't listen to you. So what's it going to be, blacksmith?
If we must.
Excellent. Then let's go.
Ah!
Now.
Here to go.
Come here. Yeah. Come on then.
God damn. Missed.
Well, we're even then. It looks like I get to keep my bow and you your groschen. I suppose I should give you credit for taking on my challenge, despite your limitations.
Thank you, sir.
Godspeed, blacksmith. And don't worry, this isn't the last time we'll meet. We'll have more fun like this again soon.
Yeah, look what I did to you and something I actually got a bit of training in. This guy's probably been shooting bows since he was a little kid. It was glorious, thinking that he won against someone who never even shot a bow before. Jerk. Yeah, high precision Garrett. But not so high precision Garrett. You shoot bows like a dairy farmer. Or in Henry's case, like the son of a blacksmith. Thank you for the lurk, Seraph. Okay, so I reckon there's like more training I could take here. Is that it? Or are we done?
You better hope his lordship hasn't taken it badly.
I hope he has.
Watch it, boy. A few of my men have won fights against him before and never had a problem. But you could be the first. Now go to the rat house. The bailiff's waiting for you there.
All right, Captain.
The Rathaus. I thought I could maybe pull out my sword and challenge him another time. even that bit of a forest, like Henry's almost dying. Yet another similarity between Witcher 3 and Kingdom Come. I like the animation of the grass here moving in the wind. In general, I'm really in awe of the environments, I have to say. Just looks so freaking good. But I reckon the Crytek engine really had some benefits in that regard. Also with the lighting.
Not tonight. My cousin is visiting.
All right. Tomorrow night, then.
Okay, let's have a look where my last save was. Yeah, about 10 minutes ago, so not that recent. I can just save and quit, right? Yeah, let's save and quit. Alright, so that's gonna be everything I will be doing for this stream today for Kingdom Come Deliverance. But yeah, made some alright progress maybe. I feel like we definitely, you know, spend a lot of time, of course, reading on the codex, and we're definitely gonna continue doing so next time as well. But maybe in 2 streams, you know, I will be caught up with everything until that point. But I also want to space it out, you know, not just do like 3 hours worth of reading, you know, back to back. So I'm just gonna divide it across the next couple of sessions here. That's no worries, Susanna. Thank you so much for being here and for joining. I hope the rest of your workday goes well and that you have a good start into the weekend later. First, hello over Daves, welcome in. Indeed. You too, Kisu, have a good day. Thank you for joining. Have a great start to your weekend. That's no worries whatsoever, Ava. Thank you for joining as well. Hope you have a good weekend, and hope you have a great time with more of Witcher 3 and the drunken witchers. We're reading out today? Indeed we will. Yeah, I think we're gonna actually, since you talked about Witcher, we're probably gonna say hi to Amita, because he's playing some Witcher 1. He should be getting pretty close to finishing his playthrough, I assume. He's up to part 10 at this point. But yeah, I also want to give a couple of shoutouts before we head out here. For anyone that wants to catch some other streamers of our community. We have Rod playing for Red Dead Redemption 2 at the moment. He's doing a low honor run, so playing Arthur in the most evil way possible, which also makes for some really unique story outcomes and dialogues to trigger. Also check out Lucinda. Lucinda's been playing Slay the Spire, which is like a roguelike deck building type of game. Looks pretty fun, and I did also play just a little bit of it, like off stream, and seemed pretty cool. Also check out Kisu. Kisu has been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but she's also playing tons of other games. Usually per stream she changes the game that she's playing. So there's always something new to look forward to. But yeah, overall big fan of Bloodborne as well. And also check out Jay. Jay has been also playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Nice. That's a cool coincidence. But he's also been playing games like Uncharted, the Assassin's Creed games, of course, Persona, and many more. No worries, Aura. Catch you next time. Thanks for being here. That's some words of a shout out, Jay. Hope you have a good one, and if you're streaming over the weekend, I hope you have fun with Final Fantasy. Yeah, Yen the party crasher Ave, isn't it? It's kind of funny, the animosities between the Witchers and Yennefer. Thanks for posting the raid emotes as well. So if you want to join us for the raid over to Amita for some Witcher 1, feel free to copy and paste those raid emotes. We got one for non-subs and one for subs. Catch you next time, Dr. Darling. Hope you have a great time with AC Shadows. No worries of a shout out, Lucinda. More than happy to give you one. It's a great game, Jay. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much, dude. That's no worries for a shout out, Kisu. More than happy to give you one too. You might be doing Red Dead 2 for the first time after Final Fantasy VII. Hell yeah, Jay. It would be so cool to see you play that game. It's definitely, you know, also a bit of a longer game, of course, but I'm sure you're aware of it. But it's not like a Valhalla type of length. But yeah, such a good game, honestly. Like, you won't even notice the time passing playing that. And the motion capture and animation quality and just like how natural and immersive everything looks is just so freaking good. Exactly. Goddamn Yen. But again, sounds like a plan. We don't have that Dutch emote right now. Or I can post it. And then of course you can't forget Arthur. Every time he's hearing the word plan. It's kind of funny because earlier Rod was playing the Guarma part and I had like him open on the side and just listen to the dialogues. And it's the moment where Dutch has to explain where he is and where he's going. To the local authorities, I guess, on the island. And he's like saying that they're on the way to Tahiti. And even the guys there are like laughing and being like, you took the scenic route, huh? And it's like, yeah, he does. The entire game is taking the scenic route to Tahiti. But that's just all part of the plan, I guess. But yeah, let's go ahead and start the raid over to Amita. For some Witcher 1. Thanks again for posting the raid emotes, Arthur. Maybe the Tahiti was a friend he made along the way. That's right. Tahiti was always with him. They never had to go anywhere. Except for him. Yeah. That's right. But yeah, I catch you guys next time. I hope you have a great start into your weekend. Hope you enjoy if you don't have to work. If you have to work, then I hope those hours pass quickly. And yeah, I will catch you very soon again with more of the adventures of Henry. And until then, don't feel too hungry, or it's gonna be like Henry as well.